on.
That's the candidate with me? Okay. Introductions?
No, 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 second.
If you need me to get anything more, or tell them if they want to sign out, they can go out during the break at the end. But I'll be sitting right there if you need to.
They're about to start the show.
You gonna tell me when to go? Ready?
You're good to go.
Go.
Keep your hand down first.
Good evening, members of the Springfield community. My name is Glenn Kuchar, and I'm from the Massachusetts Association of School Committees, and I'm acting as the moderator for tonight's interviews. Before we begin, I'd like to just go over briefly a few of the ground rules that we have. Dr. Sonia Denell will be interviewed in just a few minutes. Renee Sanchez will be interviewed at 6:45. Kimberly Wells will be interviewed at 8 o'clock. Members of the community who wish to ask questions will be limited to one question so that we can get as many people as we can from the list that has been signed. When asking a question, you're going to have about a half a minute to get your question in, so please remember, if you take the time to be brief, I'm sure that the audience here and the audience watching will take the time to pay attention. Because of limited time, we're not going to have follow-up questions unless there's time at the end when we'd be able to take more questions. The purpose of tonight's questions should be to seek information from the superintendent candidates, to talk about their experience and qualifications, and what makes them the best person to be the superintendent in Springfield. So questions should be asked so that we can all hear you and so that the people at home can hear as well. Speak right into the microphone if you would. Please refrain from asking any questions about race, color, religion, national origin, sex, gender identity, or disability. Those issues are private and protected by confidentiality in the law. Please refrain from asking the candidates to speak regarding any specific Springfield Public Schools students, staff members, or employees. And if you're here, we're going to ask you to give your questions in person. If you're participating remotely, there'll be an opportunity for you to submit those questions, and they'll be given to me as well. With me tonight is Carla Rivera, who is doing the simultaneous Spanish language translation. I'd like to invite Dr. Sonia Denell to the podium, to the table here in center, if she is with us. Oh. Please have a seat right here.
Oh, yes, I've been here. How are you? Thank you. Nice to meet you as well.
We are going to get right to the questions so that people can ask as many questions as we can fit in. It's exactly 5:30, so we'll be going for an hour. And the first person to sign in is Dawn Rogers.
Hey, Dawn. Good. In choosing our new superintendent, longevity, commitment, and proven results supported by data will best predict future success. Please talk about your last 3 positions. What was your role and title? How long were you in that position? And based on your results, were you retained by the district or entity who hired you?
Oh my gosh, Dawn, that is a mouthful. You may have to repeat that one. It's good to see you, by the way.
Good to see you.
Okay. I'm going to jot down some of what you said. Please start again.
Basically, I'm talking about your last three
Longevity,
positions.
last three.
Yes. So give you a second. In choosing our new superintendent, longevity, commitment, and proven results supported by data will best predict future success. Please talk about your past three positions. How was your role? What was your role and title? How long were you in that position? And based on your results, were you retained by the district or entity who hired you?
Okay, awesome. Thank you
Thank
so much.
you.
So I'm going to do my best to catch all of
Okay.
that. So my last three positions, I have to backtrack a little bit. So I'm currently the Chief of Family and Community Engagement for the Springfield Empowerment Zone. I've been in that position for roughly a year. Prior to that, I was at Commerce as their principal for 3 years. And prior to that, I was in Hartford, Connecticut as the Executive Director of College and Career Readiness, and I did that for 10 years. But my career actually started here in Springfield at Forest Park Middle School as a science teacher. So those are the roles and the titles and the durations. And my results, you can take a look at some of the results in Connecticut. We were able to do a lot of great work with college and career readiness when I was in Connecticut. Commerce did make significant gains on their MAP and their MCAS last year. We did increase our graduation rate class of 21 and 22. It's a school within a school model, so the data is going to look a little different if you go on the DESE website as opposed to the local data, but that data is available. And the results for the position I'm currently in, I work very closely with COBE, which is a consultant group, and they help lift family and community engagement. And they currently are in, let's see, last year prior to my getting on the team, I want to say they were in 5 schools, I can't recall, but this year they're in 10 of 16 schools. So the zone has a total of 16 schools, and COBE and the work that we've been doing together, we're now having family empowerment councils established in 10 of those 16 schools. So.
Okay, and there's the last part of the question. Were you retained by each?
Yes, so I chose to leave every position. So again, I was in Springfield for 19 years. That's pretty long. I went to Connecticut for 10. I left during COVID because of obvious reasons with COVID. And then I came back to Springfield, back to my original district for another 4 years. Yeah.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Melissa Stenwick. Is that correct? And after Melissa will be Kara Harris. So Kara, if you could line up behind Melissa, we can grab some seconds in between interviews. Floor is yours.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So being a large district serving 24,000 students, the needs of our student body are great and varied. Can you identify some existing structures and systems that you feel should continue or be expanded in support of meeting the diverse needs of our students and families?
Great, thank you so much for that question. So 24,000 is a good size. We go back and forth with Worcester being the second or the third largest district in Massachusetts. And I believe there are some significant gains based on the systems that have been put in place by the current administration. I would love to see an expansion of school counselors. I believe the needs, the social emotional needs of our students could definitely be addressed with additional school counselors, so that would be a great system to expand upon. I believe we also need some more support for our emerging bilinguals or our L students. I really believe, since being a high school principal, I had the pleasure and the honor of working with some of the best and brightest students in the district, and some of those students overcame just unbelievable odds to just get in the seat that they were sitting in every day. And several of them were here as unaccompanied minors. Several of them made the long trek from Central America to get all the way to Massachusetts. And quite a few of them were here providing for themselves. So creating systems that can help those students mitigate those barriers. We were doing our level best at Commerce, but we definitely needed more support in making sure that we had wraparound services for those students in developing an MTSS, a multi-tiered system of supports, to mitigate some of those barriers. We had some who were parenting, so how are we providing support for childcare? We had several students who were couch surfing night to night, so they were considered homeless. How do we ensure that they have a permanent roof over their heads? So I would expand some of those systems. Again, currently those systems are in place, but we need to increase that support. And so often, many of those students who were telling their stories to us and administrators to help us better understand their reality, many of them were traumatized by some of the things that they experienced while they were coming to the United States. So really providing that SEL with the school counselors, adjustment counselors, services that they can provide. They are trained professionals. Adjustment counselors do an amazing job with their therapeutic lens, and school counselors do provide the 3 domains of social, emotional, career, and academic support. So I believe that would be great to expand upon.
Kara Harris, be followed by Kate McManus. Kara?
Good evening, Dr. Denell. The district has invested years of work into the Portrait of a Graduate, the strategic plan that was created with input from the community, including thousands of student voices on what they want their education to look and feel like, and what the community wants and needs from its graduates. What do you know about our Portrait of a Graduate? How would you ensure this work continues? And how would you engage families, the community, and the students?
So what do I know? How would I ensure that it continues? And what was the last one? Okay, engage. I'm going to actually start with the engagement piece. So often we hear about the research on family engagement. I like to shift that to some of the more recent research around family empowerment. So more than just having parents sit at the table with one directional communication, but it should be bi-directional communication, so ensuring that our parents' voices are amplified, community voices are amplified. So I would definitely help parents better understand their role in seeing themselves in the work of the Portrait of the Graduate by having focus groups, by raising up more family empowerment councils throughout the district, by ensuring that those parents who sit on those councils receive the training that they need so that they can unpack the data that's related to the Portrait of the Graduate. And I would also include other community entities in that conversation, because several of those community entities already have the undivided attention of our parents. So partnering with CBOs, community-based organizations, to ensure that they are getting the message out about the Portrait of the Graduate as well. How would I ensure that that continues? Part of the entry plan would be to take a deep dive into the document that they currently call the Portrait of a Graduate. And I had the pleasure of attending, or rather touring, STEM Middle Academy, and they did an amazing job at grounding the daily instructional work in the Portrait of a Graduate. So they actually had on the board for their agenda, it was a Portrait of the Graduate learning target. So that is some of the things that I would strongly recommend and lift throughout the district. Having a Portrait of a Graduate learning target is an amazing way to keep Portrait of a Graduate front and center, in front of our staff, in front of our educators, in front of our students, helping them understand that this is not just a document that's going to sit by and collect dust, but is something that we plan on implementing with fidelity and progress monitoring it to ensure that we are hitting all of those benchmarks and targets. What I know about the Portrait of a Graduate. I know that there was an extensive amount of work, and I'm grateful that they included everyone in that conversation. I know that there were members of the faith-based organizations that were there, members of families, communities, a great number of people who were present to lend their voices to the design and the development of the POG. I believe that it's a large document, and I would love to take a closer look at how we can maybe benchmark certain components of it throughout the years in order for no one to feel overwhelmed. I don't know if any of you had an opportunity to take a deep dive into that portrait of a graduate, but it has a lot of amazing initiatives and ideas, and I would love to break that down into bite-sized pieces. You eat an elephant one bite at a time. So we want to make sure that none of it gets lost. If we're expecting to implement it all immediately, then we run the risk of having some of that excellent work and some of those voices go silent because we would lose some of that. We want to make sure that we break it up into digestible pieces so that everyone can benefit from the implementation of the portrait of a graduate, and so that we can implement it with fidelity and truly progress monitor it. We want to make sure that we're hitting those marks, and we want to make sure that we're recalibrating if we see that we're going off trend, and the only way you can do that is to break it down into bite-sized pieces so that the whole thing can become a reality over a number of years. But I would work with the team of folks who are currently doing that work, and I would also welcome some of the folks back to the table so that we can continue that work and conversation.
Kate McManus. Kate will be followed by Gabriella Miranda, and then Jake Donald, if you want to get ready. Kate, the mic is yours.
Our district provides our educators with high-quality professional development. How would you determine the needs for professional learning for educators in our district?
First, I just want to say that teachers rock, especially science teachers. That's how I started my career. I personally believe that we have some of the best and brightest teachers in the district. I truly believe that teachers are worth their weight in gold. I love being a teacher, and every district and position I've worked in, I've always had a very close, meaningful relationship with the folks who give direct support to those teachers. PD, you're absolutely right. You do have some of the best PD in the district. For 19 years, I enjoyed a wide variety of high-quality PD. We brought in national experts to do several of our PD sessions over those 19 years, and I look forward to continuing that excellence. I would determine the needs by looking from the balcony to the dance floor and switching back and forth. So what do I mean by that? When you're looking on the balcony view, you can see the landscape, you can see a wide variety of needs, a wide variety of folks. You can definitely see where there are gaps on the dance floor. You can see how many people are on, how many people need to get on. So you can definitely take a look at the district level data, but then I would also drill down to the dance floor. I would get up close and personal with each school and work with the administration in that building and the instructional leadership specialists to determine what are the needs of the teachers. What instructional strategy are you trying to lift? What high leverage instructional strategy? Is it differentiation? Is it scaffolding? Is it text sets? What is that instructional strategy? And how can I support you in making sure that you're getting the resources and the PD that you need in order to lift your teachers from good to great? So making sure that we're using the data, not just the evaluation data though. I look at evaluation on a continuum of coaching. So not just the one and done performative evaluation that some of us have grown accustomed to, but really rolling up our sleeves and working with that teacher on coaching and taking a look at coaching and figuring out those coaching conversations and creating that space, that safe space where teachers can feel vulnerable and really say, hey, I need help in this area, and then providing that help. And also not to disqualify or discredit the evaluation system because it has its merits and it has its place, but looking at that data as well and incorporating that too.
Gabriella Miranda.
Good evening.
Good evening.
All right. So effective coaching is an important part of the development and retainment of new educators. Can you speak to your track record of coaching and retaining highly qualified educators?
Yes, I can. I can speak to it from, and thank you, Gabriella. That was a beautiful segue. It was like we set that up, right? So I can definitely speak to the coaching as well as the retention. I have to credit my years as a principal as it was a golden opportunity for me to really fine-tune and develop my ability to coach. I started coaching in Connecticut, and I started coaching, a little bit of coaching here in Springfield before I left to go to Connecticut. But I had an opportunity to coach there as well. But having a clear understanding between the coach and the teacher or the educator, understanding that this is not a gotcha, but it's all about growth. Understanding that you have to create a trusting relationship in order for the educator to really believe that you as a coach is there to help, and the coach really believing that the educator is doing their level best to grow and improve and change their practices that result in better student achievement. We use a coaching model called the 6 Ps, and what we did as principals, we actually supported our instructional assistant principals in developing their coaching skills so that they could be more effective with debriefing, with reviewing the observations, reviewing the skill sets, connecting the teacher skill to the, what the student moves were going on in the classroom, and just really zeroing in on some very specific high leverage instructional strategies. So the coach had to become not necessarily the expert and not necessarily the sage on the stage, but really helping that teacher engage in that meaningful self-reflection that led to those aha moments. So again, all about growth, never a gotcha, but entering into that relationship that allows for the aha moments and guiding that teacher or that educator to a place where they recognize what they did in the classroom, they see they can clearly articulate the impact on student learning, and then the coach and the educator in that trusting relationship can move on to the solution. They work together, collaborate together to come up with a solution to how do I get better. It's never someone telling them what they need to do. It really is an authentic coaching model where you're entering into a meaningful, trusting relationship and you're working and trying things out, seeing if it works, gathering the data, and you're entering into that coaching cycle. Thank you, Gabriella.
Jake Donald will be followed by Maureen Moriarty and Aiden Moriarty.
Hi.
Hi, Jake.
No, thank you. SBS receives funds from the federal and state government. How familiar are you with managing budgets for a school district comprised of over 50 schools serving 24,000 students, and how would you prioritize the funds received in our district? Thank you.
Thank you. Good question, Jake. You must be a money man. So I am familiar with federal grants. I will tell you the timeline. In 2010, I received a call a couple of days before I started my new job in Connecticut, telling me that I was going to be the one to write, research, and submit a multi-million-dollar graduation grant for Hartford. So 2 days before I even arrived in Hartford, I got a call, and I'm saying, oh wow, what do I do? So fortunately, I was able to assemble a team, just use all of my team building skills and really just entering from a place of humility and sincerity and asking folks to join this stranger that they don't know. Please trust me, let's do this thing together. Met with the finance team, chief of this and chief of that, and CBOs. I had to trust folks that I did not know, and I asked them to trust someone they did not know. And fast forward a couple of weeks later, we were awarded a multi-million-dollar grant for Hartford Public Schools to address the graduation rate. So I'm very familiar with writing grants, and also part of the learning curve for that particular grant was managing it from soup to nuts. I had to take a crash course on what allocation was allotted where, et cetera, et cetera. And fortunately, for those 10 years, it started in my first year there, and for my 10 years, I was able to work very closely, learn a great deal from the chief of finance, and we worked hand in hand to ensure that we were in full compliance with federal funds, because you don't want to mess with the federal funds. And then we also made sure that we were in full compliance with the students' needs. So over the course of the grant, we collected the data, and we were able to make shifts based on student need. So utilizing that data to really drive budget decisions is critical. And being able to do that with a multi-million-dollar budget has to be done. It's just no question about it. I met with Cabinet today, and I applauded the current person who's the Chief of Finance because he has consistently received a national award for the work that he does with the budget. So I am confident that there's a competent team in place that can help to acclimate me to the things that are specific to SPS, but in general, I do have a broad knowledge and experience with budgets. I've had to balance the budget of commerce, balance that multi-million-dollar budget in Hartford for 10 years, or no, it was for 5 years, sorry. But then I also had to manage the Pell Grant. So the Pell Grant is a monster, and you have to make sure you cross every T and dot every I, or the feds will be on your front door. So I made sure that I was meticulous, and I worked closely with the finance folks. I would complete all of my tasks. I would turn it over to them. They would not have to make any corrections because I made sure that I fully understood every line item, every allocation, every penny was accounted for. You're welcome.
Maureen Moriarty and Aiden Moriarty.
Am I too loud? Okay. How you doing? Okay, thank you. Hi
All
there.
set? Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening.
As you know, we're currently experiencing a shortage of college graduates entering the field of education. As my building's effective educator coach, I would like to know how you would work with local colleges and universities to increase the number of students entering the field while supporting the district in diversifying our staff at all levels so that our students can see themselves in the educators who work in our schools.
Awesome, great question.
Thanks.
You know, it's so interesting because I love that question, and you're absolutely right. It's a national shortage of teachers, a national shortage of young men and women who see education as a viable option. And I tell you the truth, I don't know where I would be if I was never a teacher. There was no greater joy than being in the classroom, that passion and that feeling of being with my kids and learning with them. Okay, I'll let it go. But being a teacher was just an amazing opportunity and experience. And I just don't think enough people understand what teaching really is all about. I think they hear some of the negative and they hold on to the negative, as well as I don't know if we have helped them fully understand the benefits and even helped our students in school see a great example of what it takes to be an outstanding teacher. So I know we have amazing teachers, and I know they do just work miracles with some of our students. But how are we as teachers communicating that to our students? So are we having an opportunity where during advisory, are the teachers given an opportunity to talk to students about their journey? Are we having colleges come in and talk to our students beginning in preschool, beginning in the elementary years, about what it is to be a teacher, the joys of being a teacher, what it means to be a lifelong educator or a lifelong learner as an educator? What are we doing with that pipeline? I know there is a program, and I can't remember the name of it, but Springfield currently has a program which allows for paraprofessionals to become teachers. And there's also other opportunities in the area for people who graduate from high school to enter into meaningful teacher opportunities. I love the current internship program because there are a few students who are actually engaged in some opportunities that are related to the teaching profession. So I would take a very close look at what we're currently doing in the district, who our current partners are, and seeing how we can expand upon that, and also being a little bit more innovative, maybe providing just direct pipelines from high school directly into those teaching programs in the area, seeing if we can get some seats reserved and set aside for some of our students who might be on the fence, but then once they're in there, they will definitely see that it's the only job they could ever love.
Aiden Moriarty will be followed by Pastor Deborah Ball.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Can you provide an example of specific initiatives you have led and the steps taken by you to include marginalized groups, which of course includes people of color, but particularly members of the LGBTQ community?
Can I just ask, can everybody hear those? No. Is this, I think we're going to ask everyone just to speak into the microphone as loudly as possible.
So could you repeat it again just for everyone? Sorry about that. Thank you.
Is that better?
Perfect.
Okay. Can you provide an example of specific initiatives you have led and the steps taken by you to include marginalized groups, which of course includes people of color, but particularly members of the LGBTQ community?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that. You know, I had my first experience with a student who was questioning a young man, amazing young man. He was in middle school. This was years ago. And it was long before the LGBTQ community really started to have a voice and help us make the right decisions concerning how we engage that community. This young man caused me to really stop and think about my own practices around including everyone. And it was refreshing to know that in his helping me understand what he was going through, I recognized that just my training as a counselor opened my heart and opened my mind to what I needed to do in order to center the work for all of our students, including specifically our LGBTQ population. Some of the specific initiatives that I've led, I must also preface this by saying this work requires a whole lot of grace and patience because I have made many mistakes concerning it. So from a very sincere, pure place, I'm still learning and I'm still growing and I'm still developing my understanding and I'm still embracing the community. But I can definitely say at Commerce, we have made sure that we went above and beyond to make our students feel comfortable. There are several students who are going through transition, some students who are still questioning, but some of the work that we did, sometimes it's just the little things that make a big difference. So making sure that we had someone, two DEI coordinators at Commerce who centered that work, and we included information in the newsletter every single week. So we made sure that that section was front and center so that all staff members can lift their understanding around how we can better include and not exclude. We've had students help us better understand, so we gave voice and opportunity for students to speak out in certain settings and on teams and helping us understand how we as adults can be more helpful. But, you know, setting aside the bathroom, making sure that we change names in Power School, alerting folks downtown so that they can make those changes in Power School, making sure that we're using the right gender pronouns when we're referring to students and staff, and just really making sure that we are treating everyone with love and respect. And I don't use that word love lightly. I really do mean in a sincere way, just really respectful, right? And when you make a mistake, apologize and then ask for grace so that we can continue to learn and grow together. So those are a few minor initiatives, but they made a big impact because, again, it's a journey It's a process, and we're all getting better. And our kids have been amazing. They have extended to me so much grace. I can't tell you the number of times some of them have to correct me, and I drill it in my head, and we're just laughing and smiling together because they know it's from a sincere place, and they know that my heart most definitely is always for them. So yeah, definitely centering them, giving them equal voice, making sure that they feel totally included, and maybe just going a little above and beyond to make sure that you're giving them the space that they need, because they are dealing with a few different things. Some of their needs are a little different than some of our other students, so giving them that extra time with the school counselor to help them process some of that stuff, helping them talk through and role play how they're going to share that with their loved ones, all those things, and just making sure that we're centering respect for all of our students. Thank you.
Pastor Deborah Ball will be followed by Elizabeth Ramirez.
Hi, Pastor.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I know there's a lot of changes that need to be made throughout the school system in Springfield, Mass. And if you are chosen for the new superintendent, what would be the first thing that you would change, and how would it make the schools better? And I know there's probably a lot of things, but what would be the most important and first thing you would like to see being changed?
Thank you so much for that question. You're right. There's a lot of ideas rolling around. I have a lot of things in my entry plan and things of that nature. So the first thing that I would look at is community voice. I would definitely take a look at healing and restoring relationships. I would make sure that I center community and family and give them an authentic seat at the table. So not just a performative seat where I can check the box and say, see, I had a family member here, or see, I had a community member there, but yet there's almost like no opportunity for them to enter into problem solving, enter into solutions, dealing with problems of practice. I would definitely, first and foremost, re-engage the community, make sure that I'm in the community much more, and setting up systems where there is bi-directional communication on a regular, consistent basis with family members, with community members, with community leaders, to really hear and understand. It's often said the families are the students' first teachers. And for 5 years, 3 to 5 years, those students are learning from you. We have to invite you to the table so that we can learn from you and we can better understand what changes we need to make in the system in order to better serve our #1 clients, our students. So I would definitely start with community and family engagement, lifting community and family voice, repairing any harm, building that rapport, and getting back to a true empowerment and partnership so we can truly excel and accelerate.
Elizabeth Ramirez, to be followed by Montaigne. Montaigne. Okay.
Thank you. Good evening. Doctor, how would you conduct an equity audit, and when it was completed, who would you work with besides the school committee to develop an equity plan in response to the audit?
Oh my gosh, what an amazing question. Thank you so much. So help me understand, don't go anywhere yet. Help me understand what your definition and understanding of equity is.
Well, it's not equal because everyone has different needs and needs different supports. So equity is everybody gets what they need.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much, Ms. Ramirez. Thank you. So how would I conduct an equity audit? Well, I definitely would begin with central office. I would begin taking a closer look at all of the issues that may be considered inequitable. I would definitely talk to folks in central office, find out their view and opinion of what they see as perhaps inequitable. And I believe before we start trying to impose, I shouldn't say impose, but before we try to dig deep into the equity issues in the schools, I don't think that central office should be left out. I think if we're talking the district, we're talking everyone on every level of every system and organization and structure. So I would definitely start there in central office and identify what may be what some folks perceive as inequitable, and then go about working with perhaps a third-party entity who can remain objective to guide us through that work. It's challenging to have those types of conversations. It definitely takes a whole lot of courage and grace in order to center equity. And then having someone who is non-biased, non-judgmental, third-party entity would help us to be able to survive those tense moments, because there will be tension and stress, and there will be opportunities, great opportunities for growth and learning. But on that journey of growth towards greater equity, there can be some rough spots. So you can take maybe 3 steps forward and take 1 step backwards, and we maybe sometimes would have to pause and exhale. But I would definitely get support of folks who have done the work, who have evidence-based practices to help us first at the district level, and making sure that the district has that lens, and then we can come from a place of knowing and understanding and experience and support our building-based administrators, and then support the other people in the buildings. But I really think that something as important as equity, so often we talk about school-based, 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 but we also have to look at central office as well.
Montaigne, is it Shire? Shider, I'm sorry. Shider will be followed by Tammy Sharif.
Thank you. Doctor, I'm not a teacher. I'm just a regular layperson. But my passion is music and the arts in the school system. We don't have it. My understanding is that 90% of the children who graduate have had the experience of having art and music in the school system. We have arts and music all around Springfield, but we have nothing here. And if we do, there's so little of it. I think children thrive so much better. The passion that they have can really overflow into their school studies. Without it, they're like bottled up inside, if you understand what I'm saying.
I do.
And so I don't want to talk equity, I don't want to talk teachers and coaching. I want to talk about these children who have so much creativity, who have so much in them, and they need a release, and they're not getting it. Now, with the budget talks that are going on, is there any way that you, as our new superintendent, can put your foot down and say, okay, I'm going to lay aside $500,000 so that we can have the arts in the school? That's probably really no money at all, but I'm just saying. Is there any way that you, as our superintendent, can make that one of your focuses on these children who really need it? I hope this doesn't sound crazy to any of you. But to me, I think they need it. And I think if we give it to them, they'll thrive and they'll feel so much better about themselves, and the graduation rate will just hit the roof and probably blow it off the building.
Thank you so much for that question. I just wanted clarification on your data. You said 90% of our students graduate without?
No, 90% of students graduate with music and the arts in the school system.
Oh, okay.
And without it, it's far, far less. And I think if we want to get these children over the hurdle and show them that we care, let's give them something to express themselves with. I mean, there's so many creative children out there who have
Absolutely.
absolutely nothing to do but worry
Ms.
about
Shiner?
MCAS. It's over? Okay, thank you.
Question, thank you.
I can tell you're very passionate about the arts and music.
Yes.
I thank you for that, and I am passionate about it as well. Singing is one of my happy places. I love music. When I was in junior high school, yes, it was junior high school back then, I was in chorus and choir and all of the things that we had going on at Kylie, and then at classical, I was in madrigal, and I also was in Western Mass. So I love music. I still engage in a whole lot of music and singing, so I understand what you're saying. You're making perfect sense. I will say that Springfield has lifted the Conservatory of the Arts. All of those students are exposed to music and arts. I was just at STEM today. He just expanded his band program. SciTech has a nationally recognized music department. Swan Elementary, they just showed me their beautiful band and music space that she's expanding upon for next school year. And then I know committee member Latonia Monroe-Naylor, she is a champion for the arts in schools. So there has been some gains. I would definitely dig deeper into the data and see how many of our students have equitable access to the arts and to music. You're absolutely right. There are opportunities all around us. The Community Music School is an excellent resource, and there are other agencies and CBOs that can partner with us to ensure that we utilize their services and their excellence. I know the Dream Studio is a great resource, and I also know that there are several schools that are currently looking at expanding. So I would definitely just have to see what's currently going on, assess the current landscape, and then determine what finances could be allotted to ensure that not only are we developing their right brain, but we're also developing their left brain.
Thank you. I'm really sorry, but we've got a list of people waiting to ask questions, and we do need to get to them. Tammy Sharif will be followed by Heather Wennemont.
Good evening.
Thank you for being here and answering our questions.
Thank you.
My question is, how will you address low-performing principals and/or schools?
Low-performing principals and low-performing students. Schools. Okay, schools. Because I was just about to rephrase that. I'm saying, I've never heard of a low-performing student, but it's not the student who's low-performing, it's the assessment data. So low-performing, you said principals and schools. So I would definitely take a look at will and skill and fit. Sometimes what we perceive as low performance, that could be different to different people. We'd have to really define that and understand what that means and take a look at what good leadership is and the results that high-quality leadership can yield. There are some individuals who have literally just been placed in a space and told to thrive and do your best. I believe that the current folks that have the oversight over our principals are inundated with additional responsibilities. So it would behoove us to really take a closer look at coaching and mentoring our principals. I know there is a mentorship program currently in the district for our administrators, taking a close look at the impact of that mentorship and the outcomes that we're looking for, and really helping principals, because we don't want to, just cut folks off and kick them out. We want to give people an opportunity to grow and develop. So looking at them with objective eyes, really trying to develop that relationship will allow us to push a little harder and ask those tough questions and really help them engage in authentic self-reflection and seeing themselves in the work. So often when we come at people, they get defensive, they shut down, and they can't see the role that they play in the solution. So just really stepping back, just saying, it's a safe space, Let's talk about this. What do you authentically need to be the best principal you possibly can be? And that in tandem will then result in higher performing schools. So our schools are a direct reflection of not just the leadership, but the culture and climate and other systems. So I know that if the other systems are not in place, the principal's attention is divided. They are distracted. They're worrying about operations. They're worrying about other things that are so far removed from the classroom that they cannot coach and develop their admin team, and then they can't coach and develop teachers. So taking a look at the systems that impact schools, figuring out what's broken, what needs to be fixed, what needs to be tweaked, what needs to be tossed, and providing that one-on-one support, because we don't want to give up on anyone prematurely. Sometimes folks don't fit in a particular school. Maybe you look at what do we do if we place them in another school. But just having authentic conversations, providing authentic, non-judgmental feedback, and really providing that safety net. Because we're all human, we're all gonna make mistakes. How do we provide that safety net for principals to feel as if they can make mistakes, but then they can recover from those mistakes and get the support to do better the next time? You're welcome.
Heather, is it Wernemont? Right, and she'll be followed by Ali Lundberg.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question.
Absolutely.
Often at the elementary level, ELA and math are the focus. I'm just curious if you could describe your vision for engaging our children in STEM, starting at the elementary level.
Awesome. Good question. As a popular question with some folks here, so that's good. So yes, I know our current reality focuses a whole lot on ELA and math. It doesn't mean that we have to exclude the other things that go along with having a full, enjoyable educational experience. When we can center some of the STEM within some of the ELA and math. I will be honest with you, when I was younger, my own experiences, the courses I gravitated towards were the STEM courses. They kept me engaged and excited. They kept me alive and enjoying the educational process. I found so much joy in Mr. Funai's 8th grade science class, or Mr. Barnes' 10th grade chemistry class, and I really thrived in those areas. So we are definitely doing a disservice to our students who thrive in those areas. We have to figure out how to make sure that we get STEM into ELA, into math, how we do some, cross-disciplinary stuff where, yes, you're still reading, but you're reading about STEM. Yes, you're still doing math, but you're doing an experiment with density, volume, mass. So how do we incorporate science themes and STEM themes into the ELA and the math so we both can grow together? We can get all of that to our students, because some students really thrive and make great gains when they are reading about the things that they love, and some of that is STEM. So finding out how we can incorporate it, not taking away from one because we understand the urgency of early literacy, but adding to it by including the STEM.
Ali Lundberg, followed by Jean Foster.
Hello.
Hi.
So I've spent most of my career in Springfield, first as a classroom teacher at the building level, now at the building level as a coach, and now at the district level. And at all the levels, there's a need for transparency, alignment, and accountability. So I'm wondering, how will you foster a culture of transparency, alignment, and accountability, but in a district this large?
Good question, Ali. Good question. So transparency has to do with really getting into the data, right? So the qualitative and the quantitative data is critical for us to take a look at. and helping people understand that that DESE website is a public website. And they can go on that website and showing people how to get to that website so we can all be on the same page when we're talking about the data. So transparency when it comes to our data and just really helping folks understand why the data looks the way it does or why we think it looks that way, and inviting them to the table to help us figure out solutions to that data. But really grounding our work, not in rumor, hearsay, legacy, or feelings, but grounding our work in the data, all right? And so that transparency requires the facts. And then making sure that we communicate, so that I keep talking about bi-directional communication. It can't just be one way. We can't just have it coming one way. It has to be both ways on a consistent basis. Increasing the number of touches that we have when we're communicating and making sure that we're increasing it, going beyond the email or the robocall, and being out in the community. So making sure that school department folks, district folks are out in the community on a regular, consistent basis, just being available, making sure that we're opening our doors and having authentic conversations with community and family members. And I believe that will increase transparency, but also increase trust. Alignment is critical because we want to make sure that all of the initiatives and projects and programs that are going on have that same through line to student achievement. So making sure that we're taking a look at each and every initiative, how does it connect to the portrait of the graduate? If there is no direct alignment, and if the initiative is valuable and student-centered, how do we tweak that initiative so that it can be better aligned? I had the pleasure of meeting with Cabinet, and they talked a great deal about doing work around removing the silos that used to keep the departments at the district level separated. And it was so refreshing to see that there was a great deal of cross-departmental collaboration. I would love to see how we can strengthen that and make sure that we are continuing to do that and focusing on student achievement. So taking a look at everything that we're currently doing, if there is little connection to student achievement, we need to make the decision to toss it. Some things can be tweaked, some things need to be tossed. If it doesn't point directly to student achievement, then we really need to understand there must be a better way to do what we want to do and decide to step away or maybe put something on pause in order to really increase the alignment that leads directly to student achievement. And accountability. Accountability is not a four-letter word. Accountability is really about mutual respect for the skills that we all bring to this space that we call the learning community. It's about not letting down your coworker and not letting down the families and not letting down yourself. So accountability has taken on a somewhat negative connotation, but it is not at all. Accountability is really just shared responsibility and asking each other to step up every day, do your part so the rest of it doesn't fall apart. So if each of us is held accountable to doing our part, then the rest of us can continue to grow and move forward. But if one person does not understand the urgency of following through with whatever the responsibility is, that requires a conversation around why. And again, creating that safe place where you can explore the why, and then coming to a conclusion that will help them understand their need to take care of their responsibilities, and so that we all can hold each other responsible for student achievement.
How about Jean Foster, followed by Maria Serrazina?
I'm a college financial aid advisor as a team member with the Springfield Promise program. We really need more support and messaging directly from the superintendent's office. How will you support FAFSA completion?
FAFSA completion. So before I left the district, I had the pleasure of working at central office with Dr. Yolanda Johnson, who is currently leading the charge around FAFSA completion with Dr. Boulay and several other folks in the district, and I applaud them for the work that they are currently doing and for the gains that they've made. You're absolutely right. We need to do a better job getting that money to our students. Millions of dollars are left on the table every year because we don't complete the FAFSA or complete other scholarship opportunities. But it goes beyond just completing the FAFSA. It really is a mindset shift that's required for us to believe in post-secondary education again. So many of our students don't complete the FAFSA because they have this mantra of college isn't for everyone, I'm not going to college, I don't know what I'm doing when I graduate. We have to shift that mindset and change that narrative by implementing career exploration and college exploration at the elementary level. It really is a continuum. College really does begin in kindergarten. Some people will even say the cradle. We have to help folks understand, even if you don't want to go to college, let's take a look at what you enjoy. Let's take a look at career opportunities. Let's take a look at your career clusters. How do we develop that mindset of high school is not enough? Taking a look at the landscape of jobs and careers, most of those jobs, I would say the last time I checked, about 85% of all jobs that would provide a life-sustaining wage requires some additional training beyond the high school diploma. How do we center that conversation at the dinner table? How do we center that conversation in the community? When I had the distinct honor of working as the executive director in Connecticut, we took over the month of October. We partnered with the mayor's office, we partnered with the governor, we partnered with all of the colleges in the area, we partnered with Yale, we partnered with Trinity, we partnered with UHeart, we partnered with the arts, we partnered with STEM, we partnered with every department for the entire month, and we did a full-on press of college and career readiness awareness. We had communication throughout the city. We had the Hartford Promise communicating. We had other CBOs communicating. And for the entire month of October, we focused on college and career awareness throughout the city. We had projects where students would create art projects related to colleges of their choice. We had a high school choice fair that had all of the 8th graders bust to the different high schools and colleges. We had programs and awards and opening ceremonies, and you name it, we did it in order to center that conversation around college and career awareness. But we did not stop in October. We continued with having orientation at the high school. We continued with having FAFSA completion events at the high school. So we were able to get Connecticut, I can't remember some of the names of organizations, but some of them led the work around FAFSA completion, and we would have over 100 families at these events completing the FAFSA, watching documentaries on the college experience. We would address some of our parents' fears and myths and misconceptions about what a post-secondary education could look like, sound like, feel like. We would have that conversation about affordability, and we would help parents understand that money should never be an issue when it concerns your child fulfilling their post-secondary aspirations. So having that conversation, doing that pre-work, then the FAFSA will be completed without question. But doing that pre-work, shifting the mindset, re-engaging everyone in that conversation of post-secondary education, and making sure that we are providing the supports for summer melt. Dr. Johnson has an excellent summer melt program, but it's interesting how many students struggle to participate, fully attend and participate because of, again, their lack of understanding of how sacrificing these couple of weeks can pay off in lifelong dividends. So really helping them understand the benefits of taking advantage of that stuff. But it would have to be concurrent, having the FAFSA conversation, but definitely doing all that pre-work to build up to a surge in FAFSA completion.
Now, Maria Serrazina, did I get that right? Maria, we have run out of time, but we do have time for your question. Because we called your name, and I don't want the people to be,
Thank you.
have your question stolen
Thank you.
from you,
Good
so
evening.
please.
Good evening.
Good evening.
For our students, career and college readiness and being a confident, productive citizen begins in elementary and continues straight through to graduation and beyond. Please share your conditions for success from elementary through secondary to shape productive, confident citizens, increase graduation rates, and academic and social emotional achievement.
What was your second thing? I have citizens, competent citizens.
Sure. Please share your conditions for success from elementary through secondary to help shape productive citizens, increase graduation rates, and academic and social emotional achievement. What are they?
Awesome. Thank you so much, Maria. So again, a beautiful segue. It's like we set it up. I don't know how that happens. That's great. So K through 12, most definitely, as I said before, college does begin in kindergarten, and graduation begins in kindergarten. You know, we could take a look at some of the data from elementary school, and you can almost predict who's going to drop out when. So really taking a look at some of our practices in elementary, catching our students before it's too late, before the third grade. Early literacy and numeracy is critical for us to keep students engaged and focused on education. So making sure that we create learning spaces that validate our students, learning spaces where they can see themselves in the curriculum. And I know that there is an increase in the material that allows for that. I went to a school today, I want to say it was STEM again, where Trevor Noah's book, Trevor Noah's book, Born a Crime, was the text. And that is just an amazing example of how we can center our students in the curriculum. When students feel seen, heard, and respected and valued, you will have to open schools early. So making sure that we are creating those spaces and helping our educators understand how to create those spaces would definitely create the conditions for students to develop those citizen traits that would prepare them to be contributing members of society. I would also say the graduation rate, again, as we continue to provide those safety nets and supports, we continue to provide MTSS, a multi-tiered system of supports, not trying to force a student to fit into an intervention, but looking at the needs of the student and designing an appropriate intervention, we will definitely impact that graduation rate. Taking a close look at drilling down to the student level and the subgroup level around graduation rate to determine who's really crossing that stage, who's not, and backwards map to where they fell off track. But most importantly, being proactive as opposed to reactive, being intentional, and making sure that we're looking at that data as early as possible. So using our time wisely, using our data wisely to really drive that graduation rate. And last but not least, the academic success and the SEL. So often we think that one has to take the place of the other, but they can live simultaneously. Again, school counselors are trained in those three domains: career, academic, and social emotional. And giving our counselors opportunities to push into the classrooms, doing their large group counseling sessions and small group counseling sessions will definitely address the academic and the SEL. Again, being proactive and intentional, data-driven, and really making sure that we're delivering those interventions before we even see a need for the intervention. And then taking a look at that data, figuring out who needs to get the small group support and who needs to get one-on-one support. So taking a look at our intervention structure would create the conditions that would give rise to increased academic success and increased social emotional learning.
Thank you very much. We're going to take a 10-minute break. Dr. Sonia Denell, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Those of you who might wish to engage Dr. Denell can go out to the lobby and ask all the questions that you wish we had had time to ask in the last hour.
Thank you all so much.
We're going to start the next interview in about 30 seconds, so if you could all take your seats, we will be ready to start. Would you kindly take your seats, please, so we can proceed with the second interview?
Testing.
I'm going to call the first group of speakers up. And if you would, just sit behind or line up behind the microphone so that we can get speakers up to the microphone without losing time. I'm going to call first for Naomi Edwards. Then I'm going to call for Davian. And then we're going to call for Joe Cervicini. And then Sinea Sylvia. So that's the order. And for all of you who've wondering who this gentleman is next to me, this is Mr. Rene Sanchez, and he is our second candidate to interview this evening. So Naomi, the floor is yours. Can I ask for quiet, please?
Hi, nice to meet you. I just
And Naomi, can you speak right into the microphone and be nice and loud, please?
Gotcha. All right, so I wanted to ask, how will you combat the substance abuse issues like among low-income SPS students, like using non-punitive measures? So like interventions, substance use counselors, like how will you implement, some?
So Naomi, can I ask you to repeat the question again?
Oh, yeah, gotcha.
From the pieces that I got, it's a great question.
So how will you combat the substance use issues among low-income students without using punitive measures? So like more intervention, how will you implement that?
Really, I'm glad that's the first question, because I think there's a except for the feedback, it's really important for us to take measure of our schools and our students and our communities, because I think you're right. There's a lot of situations that arise where if it's a small amount or under the influence, that immediately we resort to the discipline, right? And there are definitely ways that we can work with our counselors, and if we have substance abuse professionals on our campus, if not, we can work with them in the community to make sure that we have opportunities for our students to get the help that they need early on. If there is a pattern and it happens again and again, we need to make sure that we're able to serve the students in a way where they're going to have better outcomes. Because if we start disciplining students right away with this, again, it's also going to depend upon the amount, right? Because if it's a small amount, that's one thing. If it's a large amount, that's a totally different thing. So if it's a small amount, making sure that they get the help that they need right away, whether it's on the campus or it's from an organization in the community.
Thank you. Davian? Davian, did I pronounce what's your last name? I want to make sure we get that out.
Pagan.
Pagan. Thank you.
As superintendent of Champlain Valley, you had struggles retaining DEI staff. As superintendent of Springfield, how will you manage a student body that is majority Black and Hispanic if you couldn't manage DEI in your previous district?
Thank you for that question, because I'm glad that this information's out there. So number one, there was a DEI director that was hired well, actually was offered a position, never accepted it, and I wasn't even on the payroll yet. Then we had another DEI director who was hired at the same time I was, and that DEI director, who was absolutely wonderful, chose to stay home with her family because we're still part of the pandemic. And so she ended up doing consulting and was happy because she was home with her family. We have the DEI director who I hired, as well as the DEI coaches who I hired, are still employed within the district. So one of the things that I did in my second year, it was in my first year that I convinced the district, if we really want to go wholesale in our DEI initiatives and in our DEI policy, because it's not really an initiative in the sense that it should be totally infused in everything that we do. So that's really important. So the district said, okay, here's $400,000 and 4 positions as well. Here's $100,000 for supplies. So that way, the people who I hired are still enrolled or in the jobs as of now. Can I get the second part of your question again?
So the second part of my question was, how will you handle DEI here? Because it's my understanding that Champlain Valley is majority white, but in Springfield, we're majority Hispanic and Black. So those are 2 different landscapes, and you're coming into a whole different set of students. So how will you handle DEI in Springfield?
Very similarly to the way that I handled it in South Bend and in Houston. So when I was a principal in Houston, I was the principal of a 3,200 person high school that was 99.9% students of color and 95% free and reduced lunch. So making sure that those students had the access to both career, technology education, access to international baccalaureate that not only did we do at the high school level, but we established it all the way back to the elementary school, so that way we had our first set of graduates in 2019. We had our first set of career program graduates in 2021. Our first set of MYP, DP grads is going to be 25-26. And our first set of the students who started in kindergarten and went all the way through the vertical team will be graduated in 35-36. So we created something in my high school and in my vertical team where there was nothing. And so it's really important for me to not just look at the day-to-day, because the day-to-day is extremely important. Every interaction that we have with a student, whether it's in the hallway, in the classroom, in the cafeteria, on the bus, that interaction feeds the next interaction and the next interaction. And if we don't measure ourselves and make sure that we're making the best decision possible for the students that are in our classes that we're caring for every time we make a decision, then it could be that those decisions become inequitable. And we need to make sure that every decision that we make, we're making it best for that student. And so what I'd like to be able to do is make sure that as superintendent is that we give our students, we give our teachers, we give our principals and our school board the direction so that way they are able to make the best possible decisions for our students every time and every day.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Joe, is it Genovese? Looks like a G or a Czervasine. Joe is not here. How about Sinea? Sinea Sylvia.
Is that C-E-N-A-I-A?
AYA.
A-Y-A, okay, thank you.
Good evening. I'm standing here today as a student who's been fighting nonstop for student voice on the screening committee specifically. I just want to know, what is your plan for centering student voice if you are chosen as the new superintendent?
Sinea?
Sinea.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. Going back to the last question where we're talking about making the right decisions for individual students and for the students as a whole, it's really important for us to take the students' voice and the students' opinions on what they're doing in the classroom on a day-to-day basis. We need to take that seriously. Of course, there are things that we have to do. Of course, we have to teach the standards. We have to make sure that we're measuring the standards, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the only way to teach those things are the way that we've designed it. Because we can easily design something through Universal Design for Learning where students have the ability to choose from a portfolio of options utilizing the standards. And so if we're able to do that and get feedback from the student over the course of the year, because again, coming back to those decisions, if we have the ability to learn within the first 6 weeks, oh, this student really likes to give her or his information back to the teacher verbally in the form of a video, or they really just like to write, or they really like the way that we're doing it right now in class. But if we can find out from a student that they've mastered the material, then we should do our best to take that student's voice and the way that they're representing the mastery and grade them that way, so that that way that student feels like they've really participated in their education.
Thank you. Marcella Jones. Marcella will be followed by Don Rogers.
Good evening.
Hi, good evening.
My question is, my question is for the alternative schools that we have for children that are developmentally challenged. They have the saying, no student is left behind. In actuality, the student is being left behind. They're breathing these children along the way. And from a seventh grader example, a seventh grader is reading on a second and third grade level, and they're passing this individual along, and they cannot read and write. So is there any way that you can revisit the policy of no student left behind?
Can I ask you a question? So that I can answer this question better. So is the question about what can we do at the alternative schools in order for students to not be left behind, or is it, should we stop saying that and make sure that we're taking care of business for these students?
Make sure you're taking care of business, that these students, when they leave there, they can read and write. You're passing them on to the 7th and 8th grade, mainstreaming them back in school, and they can't read and write. So to me, that's, the student is being left behind.
So thank you so much. What I would like to know, because I ask a lot of questions, and so not necessarily from you, but I'd be happy to talk later. I would ask the questions: how did the student end up in the alternative school to begin with? And so what are our criteria for sending our students there instead of being able to serve them on the campus? And then if we're able to serve them on a campus, whether it's in a tier 1 or tier 2 manner, then we should be doing our best to keep them there, because the best learning for students happens during first teach. So it's really important for us to have the students there with their content area teacher at the beginning. Now, if there are situations where students have to go to the alternative schools for whatever reason, because they are the only place where they can receive services, then we need to make sure that we're not saying that we're leaving students behind. We need to make sure that they're reading on grade level or close to reading on grade level, and prepared for when they are mainstreamed back into whatever the next level of school. And so that's going to take certainly some digging to see what are the conditions at the alternative schools and what our reception is for those students when they arrive at the general ed. Because there could be a way for the general ed schools to be able to receive them where they're better prepared and better able to serve them when they arrive.
Don Rogers will be followed by Nancy Alpine.
Hi.
Hi.
In choosing our new superintendent, longevity, commitment, and proven results supported by data will best predict future success. Please talk about your last 3 positions. What was your role and title? How long were you in that position? And based on your results and such things as dropout rate, graduation rate, standardized test scores, were you retained by the district or entity who hired you in those positions?
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
So I will go, so the last 3 positions, from 2013 to 2019, I was a high school principal in Houston, Texas, and Houston ISD. The school was called Cesar Chavez. And during my time there, you heard me mention that we established an international baccalaureate program for our students, well, actually 2 international baccalaureate programs for our students. We added many CTE programs because that was one of the things that was really important for me and my superintendent at the time. So much so that we were able to produce 40 pharmacy tech students a year. And even though we were considered an urban high school, we were producing 16 veterinary techs each year, along with students who had the engineering certifications, as well as a process technology associate's degree program that we established with a junior college down the road. My last year there, when we graduated 650 students that walked across the stage, we had the highest jump in the state accountability number. We grew by 7 points. And so of all the comprehensive high schools, we were the highest growth. Our scholarships went from $6 million to $19 million over the course of 5 years. Our graduation rate was improved from when I arrived. Our dropout rate, because Texas does dropout rates really oddly, but it increased slightly. But the number of grads that we were graduating increased, even though the percentage was going up slightly. My job after that was an assistant superintendent in South Bend, Indiana, where I was over human resources and transportation. And while there, I was able to really streamline because it was COVID, I was able to really streamline the work with our 3 unions to make sure that when we had positions at the end of the year that they were filled early, so that way we had the ability to hire other teachers, so that everybody knew that they had a job going into the summer, which was a big change. The other thing in transportation, one of the things I did right before, in February, we were able to put in February 2020, thanks to a question from my original interview where they said, what would you do to improve transportation? And in Houston, I was never able to pull off taking the server from my school to the apartment complexes because they wouldn't let me. So I figured, well, why not put it on a bus? So we put Wi-Fi on buses. On February 20, ready to roll. A month later, COVID hit, and everything shut down. 2 days after we shut down, we had the buses deployed to apartment complexes, parks, so students so that they could do their work and be in class. And so much so that within 365 days, we received so much attention for that, we were able to receive a grant from the state, as well as from places like Good Morning America, to provide provide Wi-Fi on all of our buses, as well as several interconnected hotspots for our students. My next job, which is my most recent job, is the superintendent of Champlain Valley. And while there, I was able to pass a strategic plan, a new mission and vision. So strategic plan for the next 5 years. We were able to implement many aspects of the equity policy through having an equity audit and making sure that we have DEI professionals on every one of our campuses. And we also established a data warehouse because much of the work that we were doing in a way that we had tons of data, but it was in so many different places. And so because of that, by having a data warehouse now, we're able to save a ton of time because the data is all in the one place. And so in Houston, I took the promotion to South Bend as an assistant superintendent. In South Bend, I took the promotion to being a superintendent in Champlain Valley. And then most recently, to answer your final question, is that about a month ago, my board and I agreed to part ways because the vision that they had is different than the vision that I had. And then we also had a change in leadership on the board. And so as in superintendents, that happens on occasion. And so it's one of the things that I think is really important for this group and for everybody to know about me is that what you see right now, this is me. And I am really happy to be here in front of you guys, and I really hope that this me is something that will be able to serve you as your superintendent.
Thank you. Nancy Alpine, to be followed by Melissa Sternwick, I hope.
Good evening.
Hi.
Hi. Actually, you answered my question with Mrs. Rogers' question, but you were speaking about yourself and the school committee that you worked for in your last superintendent's office. Can you elaborate on your vision versus their vision and why you decided to part ways?
Sure.
Thank you.
So we have, I think the best way to describe it without getting too into detail is that there is a certain level of accountability to data, and that's where I think we kind of changed paths.
Okay. We have Melissa. Is Melissa here? Marissa, what is your last name?
Melissa Stenwick.
Stenwick?
Yes.
Sorry.
Good evening.
Yes.
I'm sure you've done your research on the city of Springfield and the Springfield Public Schools. Being a large district serving 24,000 students, the needs of our students are great and varied. Can you identify some existing structures and systems that we currently have that you feel should continue or expand in support of meeting the diverse needs of our students and families?
Okay, thank you. I have been really impressed with the portrait of a graduate work. I've been really impressed with the very specific parts of the principles of reimagined instruction. The fact that you have a theory of action that really lists out all of the components that are going to be essential for making sure that we have a North Star within the system. So for me, being able to build on those things and really ask the questions of how were these decided? Who was part of the creation of these things? Because if they were created, by the larger community, and I know that there was, for the strategic plan, there was thousands of pieces of feedback. So that to me already says that there is a huge amount of buy-in from the community and from the school district itself in the way forward. And so the questions that I would ask would be, how can I make sure that we realize this vision? How do we have the resources in place, whether it's human capital or it's the facilities that we have or the technology within those facilities? Do we have the right way to be able to serve our students? Because at the end of the day, that's why we're here. And if those things that have been created are designed to help our students, then we're going to make sure that we facilitate them every day so that way they have what they need.
Kara Harris. And Kara will be followed by Kate McManus.
Good evening.
Hi.
How would you help the district diversify our staff so that all students see themselves in their educators?
Great question. Thank you. So I learned today, in part of my travels around the district, is that we have several pipelines, some that are built into the entire district, and some that are built in within the zone. And what I was shared with the screening committee when I met with them is just the data that Springfield has 38% educators of color out of the 4,200 FTEs is a marvel. And so when you look at other school districts, certainly in New England, that is very different, and in Massachusetts is the same way. So as we are able to continue building those pipelines, I think it's essential for us to take measure of what are the good things, where are we able to recruit, if we're able to recruit paraprofessionals to become teachers. I learned today that there is a student to paraprofessional to teacher pathway as well, and that there is a pathway for teachers to become principals. So it's really taking advantage of the people who are within our community, offering them the opportunities that they need, because for us to maybe go to Puerto Rico or to Florida or to other places is going to take a lot to bring people here. So we have an amazing city that, that is composed of the students that we serve. So I think it's really our job to make sure that they have pathways that lead them into education, and that we're able to recruit others who are in the community by setting, by paying a great wage, having great working conditions, and then providing opportunities for them to advance, and also providing them a reason why we want to retain them.
Kate McManus will be followed by Jake Donald and Elizabeth Ramirez.
Hello.
Hi.
Our district provides our educators with high-quality professional development. How would you determine the needs for professional learning for educators in our district?
One more time. Okay. Thank you.
Our district provides our educators with high-quality professional development. How would you determine the needs for professional learning for educators in our district?
Okay. Thank you. This is we could talk all night on just this one question. But I think the first thing that we would have to do is looking at the first part of your statement where you said that Springfield provides high quality professional development. So looking at the results for the last 5 or 6 years, it is clear, based at least on the next gen accountability data, that much of that professional development is working. So we have to make sure that whatever it is that we're doing right now continues, and maybe even get stronger, so that way we can continue to serve the students. Because just because we did well one year doesn't necessarily mean we're going to do well the next year. So we have to make sure that that professional development sticks and potentially even expands, and hear feedback from our teachers on how to make it better. Because they will have had that training, but then they would have used the training, and now we would have feedback on how to make that training better. The next thing is, so once that year finishes, we have to really begin looking at what is our, how did our data turn out, both qualitative and quantitative? Because I think we really do need to look at discipline. We need to look at maybe even counselor referrals. We need to find ways to measure our social-emotional learning among our students and our school climates, so that way not only are we providing professional development for inside the classroom for the instructional part, but also for the whole student. And so, because if we're able to do that, they're going to feel the necessary belonging, and they're going to be ready and willing to engage, making that first set of professional development even more, I guess, tacky, or like it's sticky. Sticky is probably the better word. So that way the students are really benefiting from that original professional development. But I guess long way to answer your question. If it's working, let's keep it. Hear feedback from the teachers to make it even better. Do a needs assessment that includes not just academic achievement, but also social-emotional learning and other things that take place in the classroom.
Jake Donald.
Hi.
Hi.
SPS receives funds from the federal and state government. How familiar are you with managing budgets for a school district comprised of over 50 schools serving 24,000 students? And how would you prioritize the funds received in our district? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, the number of schools is larger than I've ever had to deal with, but the number of students is not that. For me, it's coming from Houston, where I was responsible for a vertical team of 19,000 students. So I'm familiar with those numbers. So as far as making sure that the money's going to the right place, one of my friends describes school district budgets as a moral document. So if you look at the budget and you almost get down line to line, you'll see what the school district values. Now, whether or not the school district's values in the budgeting lines up with its mission, vision, portrait of a graduate, those things, those are some things that I'm going to really want to get into early on, because I think your question is extremely valid. How do I make sure that it's going to the right places? Well, I got to see where it is first. And if it's already in the right places, then great. And is it serving the needs of the district, whether it's for the Portrait of Graduate strategic plan, then good. But the thing is, there's always going to be needs in the district. So we really have to determine, one, are we distributing our money equitably in a way that our students are going to benefit? And are we doing it in a way where sometimes you're not going to necessarily get your biggest bang for your buck that particular year, because sometimes you have to create pilots. Sometimes you have to create sheltered classes where, okay, maybe you don't have 20 students in a classroom, but you really want that calculus BC class, or you want that AP Physics C or something like that, where you have to recruit the kids and then keep them in the class. Then when you show success, now all of a sudden, boom, you have 20 kids wanting to take that class. So you have to take those chances, and if the pilots are unsuccessful, then you say, okay, we tried it. But we wanted to make sure that we gave the students what they needed, because they certainly deserve it. You're welcome.
Elizabeth Ramirez? Is it, Ms. Ramirez is not here. I think this looks like Quanya Johnson. Am I right? From Sherbrooke Street?
She left.
Good, okay. How about
Kiana Johnson?
Okay. Montenza? Do I have your name? Have I pronounced it correctly?
No, but you did the last time.
I screwed it up last time.
No, that's okay. That's okay. It's not an easy name to remember.
Okay.
So good afternoon. I'm not an educator. I am just someone that's very passionate about music and arts in the schools. So you've been to several districts. Did you have music and arts in your schools? And if you did, what was the graduation rate? Because from what I'm seeing here, being a citizen here in the city of Springfield, I notice that our surrounding areas, the schools have music and the arts in the curriculum. Now, I don't mean, I'm not talking about the Conservatory of Music or the
Can it be a question?
community music school. What would you do? How would you take your budget so that we could have music in all of our schools here in the city of Springfield?
Okay. Thank you for your question. In my experience, one of the things that I would say that I value the most of my time when I was in Houston is that we were tasked, that's hard to say, tasked. We were tasked with creating a fine arts vertical team. And so over the course of 3 years, we went from 22 offerings of fine arts, whether it was dance, music, art, digital, like movies, things like that. We went from 22 to over 50. Just on my campus, I created a jazz band, I created a mariachi band, I created a, what are those things called? A movie, not a competition, I can't remember.
Steel band?
It's kind of like it'll come up to me by the end. But for me, it's incredibly important. Myself, I was in choir from 6th grade to 11th grade, and it really gave me a different, voice for a way for me to participate in my classes. One of the things that, because it gave me the opportunity to travel, because we were actually quite good, and so we would go to state competition up in Austin at the end of the year. And so having that opportunity, I was a kid who didn't really ever leave our zip code or not very far from our zip code, but to be able to represent my school in the state capitol 4.5 hours away was a very big deal to me. And so one of the things that I didn't know, I'm going to tell you a story real quick, but one of the things that I am really sad about, I went to the University of Notre Dame for undergrad, and I was really focused on baseball, and I was really focused on my studies, and almost 3 or 4 times a year, my freshman and sophomore year, I would get something in my mailbox from one of the choirs saying, we know that you did choir in high school, and we would like for you to come out, and I never did. And like to this day, I tell my own children and I tell others, I really regret not doing that, because as I'm adult and part of the alumni in the towns that I've lived in, the Notre Dame choirs travel the country, they travel the world. So fine arts takes you into, not only does it help your brain process a lot of different things, not only does it give you an extra sense of belonging within the classroom, but it also gives you opportunities outside of school that you would not have unless you participated in it. Now, getting back to your question of how do we build it into the budget. So I was talking with Principal Johnson at Putnam today. One of the things he's wanting to expand his band, but it is a very, creating a band, you got to buy instruments. You got to do a lot of things. It's a high front end cost. But if that's something that we value, if that's something that we know, and the science says that yes, it really helps students processing and it keeps them in school. If that's something that Springfield really values, then of course we got to go full bore. If I'm the superintendent and a principal says, I need some help getting this off the ground, I'm going to do everything in my power to help them get things off the ground, because as a former art student myself, I find it incredibly valuable, and it will definitely keep our kids in school, and they'll be able to value it tremendously. You're welcome.
Tammy Sharif, followed by Susan Edwards. Both gone. How about Heather Wernemont? Do I have that right? Heather? Did I pronounce it correctly? Thank you.
Hi there.
Hi.
The Springfield Education Association, our local teachers union, is currently in negotiations that will continue into the fall to bargain our next contract. Can you please describe your approach to interacting with teacher unions in your previous positions?
Certainly, thank you. Just teacher unions?
I'm a teacher, so.
I know, I'm just saying, okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
but yes, you can speak. Yeah.
To others, okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. So in South Bend, South Bend and the union there, the relationship before my superintendent joined or was hired, and then before I joined, it was an interesting relationship. And it was frequently a relationship that we had to work through language, we had to work through beliefs, we had to work through working conditions. But one of the things that I valued tremendously was the weekly check-in that we had, because through that weekly check-in, we were able to head off any issues that could become large issues. So that really helped us when we got to negotiation time, because there were examples of where the union supported us and we supported the union, so that it would make the opportunities for us to be able to collaborate there. Within my, and I could definitely go on and on about South Bend, but it was a lot of fun. Those guys are great. So within Champlain Valley, we have a great relationship. The Champlain Valley Education Association represents both the teachers and the educational support professionals and the bus drivers and others. And so it's a really great working relationship. My first 2 years, we negotiated. It's really the board's job to negotiate in Vermont, and we're there, and the superintendent and others are there in support. And so we made sure that we had a proper offer with them. I don't, right now, we don't have that same weekly check-in with the union, and it was, I should say. My HR person, which is what I was in South Bend, they have that weekly check-in. But getting to know representatives of SEA is going to be really important to me. So during my first year, I'm going to want to make sure that if there are opportunities for that type of check-in, and my staff is already doing that, to be a part of that, so I can get to know what the working relationship is currently, so that way we can make sure that, especially if we have negotiations that's going to go into the fall, I want to make sure that I'm aware of the players, what are the necessary needs, how we've negotiated in the past. There's a lot of questions that I'm going to want to ask of both sides, just so that I get my arms around the entire situation. And again, I'm sorry, I ask a lot of questions.
I understand Quiana Johnson is here. Quiana?
Hi, good evening, Kiana
Hi.
Johnson. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to ask a question.
Sure.
I'm a Springfield teacher, so I wanted to ask the question, how are you going to support teachers? We know that in our current educational state, many teachers are leaving the profession. So how will you support the retention, keeping our teachers here within our system, and then also supporting their mental health and well-being? as well as decreasing the teacher workload? Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Johnson, thank you. So after students, and especially if you look at the research from Visible Learning, having teachers, the teacher efficacy is the number one measure that will help students be successful. So it is in our best interest and our community's best interest to have teachers that are prepared, to have teachers who are experienced, and to have teachers who are ready and happy to work with our students. So what that would mean is that we would have to take measure. I don't know if we have a staff and teacher climate survey, but that's going to be kind of the big thing that we can do. But again, being new, I'm going to want to be on every single one of these campuses within the first semester, and on some campuses I'm sure I'm going to have to go to even more times, but I'm going to want to be in the classrooms if you'll have me. And I want to see, students in the hallway. I want to see what teachers are doing. If you have me at your PLCs, I'd love to do that too. One of the conversations that I think is incredibly important is teacher time during the school day. As a principal, and even as a superintendent, I find that it's incredibly important for our teachers to have the time to do the things that they need to do. Because if we're expecting teachers to plan lessons, collaborate, analyze data, and make phone calls home, all those things, there is the dedicated conference period, there's the dedicated lunch that we shouldn't be asking teachers to be doing things during those times. But if we're able to figure out how to create a second time during the day, that should belong to the district. That should belong to the principal. And it's the time that teachers can get. If you don't have a PLC or if you don't have other things, you can do that extra piece of work that you've been dying to do, but you don't have enough time for. The other piece that I would say is that I think it's incredibly important to understand what is being asked of our teachers. Like, is there a sense of initiativitis? Like, one more thing? So frequently that one more thing actually ties into other things, and we have to make sure that when we're presenting it and we're providing the substance of that thing, that it shows that it ties into the strategic plan, it ties into the portrait of the graduate, it ties into the ways that we're making sure that we're retaining teachers, that we're developing teachers, that we're promoting teachers. It's not just enough to say do it. It's our responsibility to tell you why and to support you during the process. You're welcome.
Ali Lundberg, to be followed by Jean Foster.
Good evening.
Hi.
So I have spent most of my career in Springfield, first in the classroom at the classroom level as a teacher, then at the building level as a math coach, and now I'm at the district level. And at all the levels, there is a need for transparency, alignment, and accountability. So I'm wondering, how will you foster a culture of transparency, alignment, and accountability in a district this large?
Thank you. I am not going to ask, It is my job to make sure that we are as open and honest about things as possible. That being said, there are times where we need to not say everything right off the bat because we're still kind of testing it, right? So if we're in development if we're in development of a program or something and we're still just kind of talking about it, that doesn't necessarily need to be out there everywhere. But the second we've made the decision, then by all means, we need to get it out there and make sure that we're being as transparent as possible. For me, again, this is one of the aspects that I feel like I can bring to Springfield as a person who is able to come in and be fresh, and not necessarily have any connections to begin with. So as a result, I can come in and be as fair as I hope that I believe that I am, because that is who I am. And what I would want to do and would want to model for our leaders at downtown and in the campuses is I'm not going to ask you to do anything that I myself am not willing to do. But at the same time, if I'm modeling something for you, I'm going to want you to do it too. And so if that means that if I need to model for our leaders around the district, that we need to be transparent with our faculties, with our families, with our students, and with each other, then we're going to do that. Because as we move forward, we work better as a team. And as one of my colleagues says, the smartest person in the room is the room. And so if it's just one person trying to create things, that one person is nowhere near as smart as all of the collective brains that are in this room. And so having to be transparent to make sure that thinking happens is something that we would need to do.
Jean Foster.
I'm a college financial aid advisor with the Springfield Promise Program team. We need more support and messaging from the superintendent's office. How will you help us with FAFSA completion?
Well, one, that was actually my title God, how long ago was that? My hometown of Edinburgh, Texas, had a position very similar to that, a financial aid advisor, where I did nothing but, well, I did a lot more, but I ended up doing, I don't know, probably 500 FAFSAs for students. And when I was in Austin, Texas, when I was over the College Readiness Initiative, we created something called Financial Aid Saturdays. And we paired up with the Chamber of Commerce and with the many financial aid offices in the area, because we had a ton of universities in the Austin area. And over the course of 4 Saturdays in January and February, we hosted events where we had parents and students come in and do their FAFSAs with the help of financial advisors, with financial aid officers, and just making sure that students had access to that, because back in the early 2000s, it was still kind of like not everybody was doing their FAFSA. Now FAFSA, this particular year, has gotten really complicated. So, and I would hope that going into next year that we're going to be able to advertise it better. If I need to work with you guys to create some sort of video or host events, trust me, I have no problem doing that. In fact, I would volunteer at them to make sure that our parents are able to complete their FAFSA. With the I guess the role of superintendent, I'd be able to reach out to financial aid offices and to any businesses and find out if they'd be willing to send us people to have events similar to those Financial Aid Saturdays, which now, they used to just be Austin, now they're all of greater Travis County, which is kind of a nice little heirloom that I created.
Maria Saracena, am I right? I'm good. Followed by Kevin Green.
Good evening.
Hi.
For all of our students, college and career readiness and being a confident, productive citizen begins in elementary and continues through to graduation and beyond. Please share what your conditions for success from elementary through secondary to help shape productive citizens, increase graduation rates, and academic and social emotional achievement are.
Oh, thank you. I was hoping somebody would ask this question. So, getting back to the budget question that was posed, is our budget aligned to creating the outcomes that you say that we need to do? Because I agree with you. We need to be able to create students who are prepared for college, career, and life, not just academically, but also will be able to handle themselves once they have the executive functioning, they have the empathy, they can move on to the next level. If our budget isn't doing that yet, we need to make sure that we align that. So that's just the money. The next piece is our curriculum aligned, whether it's the actual standards, the scope and sequence, and including the SEL or PBIS works. If those things aren't vertically and horizontally aligned, and we're doing check-ins on a regular basis of not just the academics, but the social emotional learning part, then we need to get on that too. So if those things are already in place, then we just need to make sure that we're serving the kids following those guidelines. If it's not, we need to make sure that we have, we listen to our teachers, we listen to our students, we listen to our families, and we continuously review at the end of every year, did we do what we say we were going to do based on what the money that we allocated and the plans that we had? Because you're absolutely right. We need to have our system that creates students who are ready for the beyond. But keep in mind that we've got students from age 3 all the way through, sometimes all the way to age 22. So we have to have expectations backwards designed from our portrait of the graduate all the way to age 3. And we need to make sure that we do that so that that way the primary learning teachers will know and the middle school teachers will know, and then the high school teachers will know, so that that way everybody knows their roles and responsibilities to make sure that we get the kids where they need to be.
Well, first of all, thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. So, I have a question for superintendent. Now, I'm a critical thinker now, so I hope you're prepared.
Okay.
So, as it pertains to the community of Springfield and the whole school system and everything, what is your plan to be not only in the school systems facilitating events and STEM program and integrating the arts and the music and sciences, but how are you going to be present in the community and consistent in your plan?
Thank you. So just to summarize your question, you want to know my expectations for myself for being in the community?
Yes, I want to know your exact plans and as it relates to the community and the school systems, and how are you going to be present as superintendent in these schools as a consistent face?
So thank you for this question. To answer it really quickly is like, I don't know how else to be present than to actually be present. And so what that means to me is that not only am I where I'm supposed to be as a superintendent in school buildings and at games and at concerts and things like that, but it's also critical for me to be in places that as a leader among the Springfield community, make sure that I go to Rotary events, make sure that I participate if there is an interfaith group within Springfield, that I participate in their meetings, or at least I meet with some of their leaders. It's really important for me to be in places that people don't expect for me to be, because that is where I'm going to be able to learn a lot about the community. And if you have, and if other people have ideas for, hey, you really need to go see this, you need to, instead of having this microphone, if I need to be at if I need to hold a meeting about financial aid or about input for the budget at an apartment complex in the rec room, I will do it. I've done that before. If I need to have a meeting where I need to meet with, like we're doing something with family, community, and engagement, it's probably not enough to do one meeting. I have to make sure that I have one in the evening, I have one in the morning, I have one on a Saturday, so that way I get as much feedback as possible, because people work. And you can't just have things in the evening. You can't just have things in the morning. It's important to understand that we are a district that education is going to be the game changer for a lot of our students. And that means being present. That means being able to be approachable. That means not only, like I said, I ask a lot of questions, but being willing and able to answer questions even when it's uncomfortable. And that's, I won't have all the answers, even when I kind of have an idea of what the answers should be, but it's going to be my job to own where we are in that continuum of growing as a district. And for me, It's about being present, it's about listening, and it's about asking questions. And I hope that when I'm out in the community meeting that you're able to meet me there and ask all the questions you have and hold me accountable.
Right. I will definitely hold you accountable. And I
Great.
just have one more thing.
Sure.
Just quickly, and I'll move on, sir.
That's a question.
Yeah, just a question. Yeah. But because we got to have these important conversations in this space. So my other question is, how do you establish building trust with educators, parents, leaders, and the children in our communities?
That, again, that's a really great question. So I have to come into it, again, extremely humbly. Because, again, I'm not from here. It's a good thing and it's a bad thing at the same time. And so for me, I think it's really important to show, one, that I'm present, two, that my intention is to be fair. My intention is to be equitable. Being equitable isn't always received well because that means sometimes some people have to give stuff up. But at the end of the day, again, we are here for our students, and that's the most important piece. And so, did I answer your question yet? Oh, building trust. Yes. And then making sure that I have if they ask me to do something, if I'm able to do it, I do it. If I can't do it, I tell them right away, no, I can't do that right now, but there are some other things that I can do. So I really have, it's my responsibility to come in and build that trust, but I'm going to ask from the get-go, at least start me at 0 rather than in the negative, so that way I can build it up and kind of bank those trust points, because it's harder to begin in the negative. But if you could at least start me at 0, that's all that I'm asking.
Okay. Elise Morse-Gagne. Followed by Martha Surasha.
Good evening.
Hi.
Thank you for being here.
My pleasure.
What are some specific steps you will take to address absenteeism?
So I am going to want to, well, one, we have to look at the data. I know that the chronic absenteeism is close to, I think it's close to 33%. So that's a lot of students who are missing at least 10% of the school days. So that's something that we have to address right away, because there are students who are absent, but then there are students who are absent a lot. And so we really, whether it's the schools themselves or representatives from the schools or the FACE department, that is something that we really have to begin analyzing. And if we're not doing it already, we have to start. The second piece of that means that it's not enough to just look at the data off of the computer or off the printed page. We need to get out there and interview the families in the language that they speak, to make sure that we are able to serve their students. There are going to be occasions where the parents are asking the students to work, or they're asking the students to watch little brothers and sisters while the parents go to work. So those are going to be things that we're able to hopefully address with the families and say there are ways around this, and we'll be happy to help you. If it's something else where the students are out doing different things, they're not serving their family in some capacity, that's going to be where we bring in other professionals from either FACE or from guidance and counseling or other locations to make sure that the students have what they need to be successful. Because sometimes kids will skip school because they don't feel like they belong, they don't feel like they're prepared, and if that's the case, then we need to know that. But we're not going to see that on the written page. We're not going to see that in MCAS data. We actually have to get out and talk to families and talk to community members, talk to the churches, and find out from them what is it that we can do as a district to better serve our students who are choosing to not come to school.
Marguerite Foster Franklin here. We have about 5 minutes left in this interview, so we'll try to get all of you who are on the waiting list, a couple more people. So.
I'll be quick, I hope.
I feel like I'm being trapped right here. Hold on. Good evening. Thank you for being here.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you for being here.
Okay, in our contract, each school should have a school-centered decision-making team, which allows parents to have a say in the school. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Oh, yeah. Okay, forgot how high
Well, I just
was.
want to be closer to you, too. That's
All right, I'll start again. In our contract, each school should have a school-centered decision-making team, which allows parents to have a say in the school. However, there are schools that don't meet or have no parents on the team. How would you keep parents engaged when they feel they have no say?
It is incredibly important for me to model and to just repeat wholeheartedly that parents are our partners in education. They're not a barriers to us for us to do our job. And it's important for me that, well, so one, if that is a statutory expectation for site-based decision-making, there should be parents on that committee. And that committee, if I'm signing off that this site-based plan was developed with parents, I'm not going to sign off on a plan that doesn't have any parents on it. And so thank you for sharing that with me. So again, being new within my first couple of years, I would like to be able to, if there is a PTO in place, be able to join the meetings when I can. One of the things I established in Champlain Valley was a council of PTOs so that we met regularly and we were able to hear issues from them, and I was able to provide them with guidance, but it's one of my favorite regular meetings. So I would hope to establish something like that here. The second piece is I would like to have superintendent coffee with the superintendent. It's one of my favorite things to do when I was a principal, and I had it a few times in Champlain Valley. But I think that's something that would be really important here as people get to know me, is to have an opportunity, whether it's during the morning when students are being dropped off, or if we can figure out how to do it at like 6 o'clock in the evening, or maybe even have it on the weekend, where I have the opportunity to invite parents to the schools, or like I mentioned earlier, if I have to go to a community center, if I have to go to a park, if I have to go someplace where the parents are meeting, then I'm going to do that. Because I think it's really important for the parents to recognize, or not recognize, for the parents to give me a chance so that way they can see that I'm really here for their kids and I'm here for the community of Springfield.
Is Roll Hall Reynolds here? It's time, yeah. This will be the last question for this interview. As I say, welcome those of you who'd like to engage the candidate. Might want to talk to him out in the outer lobby after this interview. Ms. Hall Reynolds?
Hello. Hello.
Hi.
So this has been a very tedious process, and you have made it, so congratulations.
Thank you.
But we need to know, we had some children who didn't feel heard. We had some people out in the community who didn't feel heard. And then we have an administration in the city who we may not agree with. How comfortable are you, and can you give me an example when your pushback happened that was going to benefit our children no matter what the establishment said?
Okay, so you're just looking for an example, or was there another part of that question?
Well, give me the example first.
Okay.
And then we'll go from there.
Okay.
All right.
So, there's so many. So I think the biggest one was the creation of the data warehouse in my current district. Vermont it has an accountability system in the sense that it has a plan that it submitted to the federal government in order to receive the title funds. But it's lots of changes at the Agency of Education, so it's not as specific as a lot of it is, as certainly Massachusetts is. And so there is not a lot of belief in standardized testing as a way of measuring students' progress. So over the course of the last 3 years, with the addition of the iReady, with the addition of our new test called the VT cap, I was able to produce data using Tableau for our principals and for the leadership at central office to show them really the value of being able to look at standardized tests in a scatter plot manner. Because we had, when I was in Houston, we used Tableau in order to figure out, we only have a certain amount of money that we use for intervention. So we had to find the students who needed it right away. So by using this and creating a scatter plot, we found the students who did not do well on the state test, did not do well on our interim tests, and were able to focus our efforts on those students. So in Champlain Valley, it took me being able to do that to show them, here are the students that I am concerned about. I need for you to show me, are these students receiving intervention? So having this type of specific data was something that was new to them, but it really influenced the intervention process for the principals so that they were able to find and serve the students that really needed it. And so that helped us really convince everybody there that we needed to move from having data in all different types of places, thus causing teachers a lot of time to do it, to put it all in one location. And now that we've actually unveiled it, it is a big hit within the district.
Okay. That's wonderful. However, if they had said no and they said they didn't want it, how were you going to make sure that it went through because you said so, and as the superintendent, you're going to do what's best for kids, not what the board says?
So what I would say, so what I would say is that there are going to be many things that are going to be, if they affect the entire district, I'm not going to be making that decision alone. I'm going to be making that with feedback from students. I'm going to be making it with feedback from teachers, from the union, from principals, and from central office. And so it'll be critical for me that really the main times that the superintendent is making the decision is when there are emergencies. But for something that's important, that's going to affect every student, every teacher in the district, I don't think that it's fair that I would be making a singular decision and I have to defend that decision. I think that decision has to come from the room because the room is the smartest person in the room. And so if I can't convince the room to do something that the room chose to do and said is the best thing to do, then I probably got to get a different room.
Be careful because the
Thank
room
you.
can be tainted.
I'm very sorry, but we have run out of time, and
Hold me accountable.
We're 15 minutes late for Chapter 3, so thank you all for joining us here once again. Mr. Sanchez, thank you for being here.
Thank you, everybody. Hope to do this again.
going to tell them 1 minute to go?
1 minute to go.
We're going to start again in about 60 seconds, so if you take your seats, we can get going. Is she coming? And we're starting at 8:10, so you get an hour.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. We're about to start the third interview with this evening's sessions. I'm going to call out the names of the speakers who have signed up and try to get people in order, but try to get to everybody. Is Don Rogers here? Don? Okay. Don will be the first questioner, followed by Debbie Accorsi. The microphone is yours.
Thank you. In choosing our new superintendent, longevity, commitment, and proven results supported by data will best predict future success. Please talk about your last 3 positions. What was your role and title? How long were you in that position? And based on your results and such things as graduation rate, dropout rate, and standardized test scores, were you retained by the district or entity that hired you?
Could you repeat the last part of that question? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Okay, just based on your results with regard to such things, you can talk about graduation rate, dropout rate, standardized test scores, and were you retained by the district that hired you?
Okay, great. So my last 3 positions, currently I'm employed with the Springfield Public Schools and have been the lead chief schools officer since 2018. I'm currently still employed with the Springfield Public Schools in that capacity. Prior to that, I started on at the Springfield Public Schools in 2013 when I came in as the chief schools officer. Stayed in that position until 2018 when I was elevated to lead chief schools officer. The position prior to that, I was employed by the Holyoke Public Schools, where I was the executive director of curriculum and assessment, and then eventually became the assistant superintendent for 3 years. Had the great experience there, had the option to continue to work there, but decided that I wanted to find a different pace and a different change, and therefore saw an opportunity present itself in Springfield, so I applied, and that's where I've been since. In terms of some of the successes that I've been able to be a participant of within the Springfield Public Schools, I think there are a number of successes. Number one, there are a variety of schools that I've had the ability to work with that through systemic thinking and structures and systems, their school percentile rankings have improved. Many of them have exited priority status according to DESE standards, and a number of them have even exited the old level 4 status. So that's work that I'm really proud of. I'm also really proud of the work that we're doing currently around internships and career pathways for our students. It furthers the work of the Portrait of the Grad that we've been intimately engaged in, and I think it really helps our students to look at a variety of opportunities that they have moving forward. And so those are just a couple of examples, along with the data around graduation and dropout rate that quite honestly has been a team of individuals, but when we look at the schools and the dropout rates at the high schools, there's not a comprehensive high school in this district that is within the zone that I supervise, whose graduation rate is under 90% at this point and whose dropout rate is over 2%. So that's work that happens from a whole group of people, but it's really work that I've had the ability to supervise and manage and work on with schools and staff.
Debbie Accorsi. Debbie here?
Can you hear me?
I can.
Can you provide an example of specific initiatives you have led and the steps taken by you to include marginalized groups, which of course includes people of color, but particularly members of the LGBTQ community?
Sure. So I really do appreciate this question, because here's what I will tell you. There's a personal piece of my story that is something that I'm very proud of, and don't ever necessarily wear it on my sleeve because it's just formed me and shaped me in terms of who I am as a person. I am the proud daughter of a mother who has been a member of the LGBTQ community since the early 80s, when, quite honestly, voices for that community were non-existent. And so it is something that I absolutely hold near and dear to my heart because I live it and breathe it every day. Within the school setting, I'm really proud to say that at the high school level, we've expanded our Gay Straight Alliance clubs within the schools. We have representation on our District Student Advisory Council, and our members of our District Student Advisory Council have participated with the city in the Pride parades and in Pride days that we have set up throughout the district. I've also been a member who's worked with central office on revising and refining policies that protect our students and our staff who identify who identify differently because of sexual orientation or sexual identity. And so it's something that I think we continue to work on and continue to improve. But for me, I'm an absolute champion of and will continue to be moving forward.
Melissa? You look familiar.
Good evening. Okay, let me find my question. Okay. Our district values the engagement of parents and community. It currently has a Department of Family and Community Engagement to support our work in this area. How would you work to establish and maintain relationships and engagement by families and the community?
So I think in my current position, I've had the opportunity right along to engage with parents and families, whether they're concerns that they have regarding a situation involving their student or a situation that has occurred in the school that their child attends. I've always been available to parents, whether it's talking with them on the telephone or meeting with them in person. There has never been a time when I have not worked to come and find common ground with parents on specific issues. As a matter of fact, to this day, there are parents who I met when their children were in elementary school, and now their children are in high school, and they have my phone number, and they call me on Saturdays to tell me what's going on or what I need to do. to fix something that's happening. So I think in terms of transitioning into the role of superintendent, I think one of the things that we want to look at and continue to expand is looking at how do we expand our parent advisory council. There are a number of parents who want to continue to be engaged with their students but may not have the ability to come to central office or to meet at a certain time. So we need to take a look at those policies and procedures to make sure that for parents who really want to be engaged, we're doing as much as we can to remove the barriers to allow that engagement to occur. Beyond that, one of my very first plans would be to go out into the community and to talk with individual community leaders, faith-based leaders, community-based agencies, to find opportunities to meet with parents in their neighborhoods, to talk about the issues that concern them, to talk about the things that they're interested in, to talk about their hopes and their dreams for their children, and then to really spend time meeting with them and really digging into what it is that they would like to see. Parent voice needs to be elevated, just like student voice needs to be elevated. And the way that we do that is by making ourselves vulnerable to the difficult conversations that need to be had. And we make ourselves available by listening with our 2 ears and talking a little bit less with our 1 mouth. And so that would be my plan moving forward in terms of engaging engaging parents in this process. And then I think the other thing is, as we continue to, really realize the elements of a portrait of a grad, reinvesting in bringing our parents back into the fold and talking about whether or not we're fulfilling our promises to them in the portrait of a grad, and where we're not, what do we need to do to help address that?
Naomi Edwards, Naomi here.
Hi, good evening. So, myself and
Nice
other...
and loud,
Okay,
Naomi.
got you, sorry. All right, so myself and other students at the Portrait of a Graduate convention brought up, concerns about punitive measures throughout the district and how they are harmful to our social emotional growth. So I just wanted to ask, how will you combat substance abuse issues among low-income students in the district without using those punitive measures?
Okay, that's a great question. I think there are a number of things that can actually be done to address substance abuse issue without punitive measures. One of them is by doing a curriculum audit of our current social, emotional, mental health programs that we have, and really starting to look at within our programs where the topics of substance abuse, use, and prevention occur, and are there other opportunities to bring in other outside programs and partnerships to be able to address that. I think some of the other things that we can do is we need to continue to invest in, with our educators, our staff, and our leaders, we need to continue to invest in professional development around trauma-informed practices. All the research suggests that when a child feels like they belong and that they have a trusting adult that they can go to talk about their problems, the negative risk factors like substance abuse decrease. And so when we've got talented educators, talented paraprofessionals, talented staff members, talented leaders, and there's a lot going on, so we have to take the time to invest in those trauma-informed practices so that when a student is feeling something or wants to have a conversation with somebody, they can do so in a really meaningful and authentic way. I also think we need to elevate our advisories and our crews that exist within our schools. There are so many wonderful opportunities and so many wonderful things that happen within our crews that I think we have to look at some of those topics and how we can work with students who are the leaders of their advisories and crews to think about where do we bring in conversations around substance abuse and use within those advisories and crews. The other thing I would say is that our Director of Student Services has worked really hard on developing empowerment clubs, and those are student-led clubs where kids, through ongoing training with the facilitator and with students, they're student-led clubs where they have the opportunities to come together. Those are just beginning, and I would want to double down on those efforts to continue to build and expand on the empowerment clubs. And then finally, I think we need to continue to look at opportunities to expand after-school clubs, peer mentoring programs that exist both during the day and after school, and opportunities for students to really engage and buy into the school and feel a sense of belonging. Because when you start to do that, then the punitive measures fall by the wayside.
I'm going to ask for Kara Harris and then Damien. Kara, and then Damien, okay.
Good evening. So as you mentioned, you are the lead chief schools officer for Springfield Public Schools. So if you were selected as our next superintendent, what practices might you stop, change, or start to continue to move our district forward, and how would you determine those decisions?
So practices that I would continue to support, I think I'll start there. We have put a lot of effort and energy and really strategic thinking at the district and at the school level into our work of reimagining instruction for our students, and that's really the work around the portrait of a graduate. So I would continue to dig into that work and continue to look at how we are aligning that work to improve outcomes for our students, which leads me to something that I would start. As we continue to dig into the portrait of the graduate and we continue to align professional development and align the high-quality instructional materials and the culturally relevant instruction that we are providing to students, we need to look at the systems in the district that work in support of the portrait of a graduate. And so I would like to embark on expanding the portrait of a graduate to include the portrait of a system. And so that goes back to thinking about all of the different systems that are in place within the district that will align themselves to be able to realize the portrait of a grad. So what is it that's happening in the finance department? What is it that's going on in the human resource department? What is it that's happening in the special education department? What is it that's happening with academics and professional development? What is it that's happening with internships and career pathways and social emotional supports for students? And really starting to think about what that is. And so I'm under no grand illusion that that is anything that I can do on my own, because the portrait of a grad was a multi-year system that we worked with numerous people to really dig into and develop. And so I would actually implement very much the same process of engaging the community, stakeholders, parents, students, because students and parents are paramount to this work, to really sit down and dig into, if we're reimagining instruction for students through our portrait of a grad, how do we reimagine the systems that we have going for us right now that all have a lot of really great things happening but may not necessarily all be aligned to that specific outcome? What do we need to do to align those systems? What are some of the policies, the practices, and the systems that we need to look at, that we need to adjust, and that we may need to change to move forward? And so that would be one thing that I would continue on with, but work to expand. I think the other thing, a couple of other things that I would work on continuing to expand is we've really invested in developing opportunities for students to really think about their lives outside of high school. So we've invested in internships and career pathways, and we've gotten a lot of leverage and a lot of really great opportunities for our students. And so I would continue to expand and work with our internship and career pathways supervisor to really think about how do we continue to expand those career work-based learning path opportunities in our career internship opportunities for students. Where do the partnerships exist that we maybe haven't tapped into? This year, we were able to partner with some really exciting companies for the first year, and really, quite honestly, for the first time, Disney partnered with one of our schools alongside Broadway in Boston and Rodman for Kids to take a group of our students from the Conservatory of the Arts into a work-based learning 8-week internship where our students learned the technical setup of what it takes to go into the making of a Broadway play. The students learned so much from that, and the partnership was so amazing that they talk about that experience and how it's been life-changing for them. And so I would want to dig into those opportunities. We've had really great working partnership with the Springfield and Water and Sewer Committee, where we were able to provide opportunity for 12 of our students to participate in full summer paid internships with the promise of potential jobs down the road. Those kinds of changes for our students where college may not be their thing provides them with opportunities to go into the workforce with meaningful careers that are going to allow them to be able to provide for their families in the future. So that would be something else that I would work on, which then leads into something that I would want to spend a little bit more time digging into and investing in it, and that's looking at our post-secondary metrics for our students. We're getting kids across the finish line and we're graduating them. But when they graduate, they're not necessarily persevering and persisting in college or in careers at the rate in which we would like to see that happen. So I would want to then spend some time with our Director of Student Services looking at the structures and the systems that are fantastic that are currently in place, but how do we continue to invest in that at the district level so that when our kiddos leave, they know that we are going to continue to help them be successful until they're at a point where they can navigate successfully the world around them.
Okay. We're going to hear next from Davian, and then we're going to hear from Kate McManus, and then Jake Donald.
Good evening.
Hi.
So when you were assistant superintendent of Holyoke Public Schools, you applied to become superintendent, and when you did, you were passed up. So my question to you is, if you couldn't become superintendent of Holyoke Public Schools, then what makes you qualified to become superintendent of a district almost 5 times the size of Holyoke?
So I did apply to become the superintendent of the Holyoke Public Schools. And I will tell you, at the time, it was not something that I necessarily had my heart and soul invested in, okay? It was an opportunity that presented itself, and it was an opportunity that a number of people suggested that I enter into for a variety of reasons. And it didn't work out. And I don't regret it, because one of the things that I've learned is when one door closes, another opportunity presents itself. And I do believe that things happen for a reason. I've had a lot of time to grow and evolve as a leader and as an individual, and I've had a lot of time to reflect on the things that I've done that have either helped me to be successful and have helped the work and the people around me to be successful, and I've had a lot of time to reflect on things that I would do differently. And so here we are, almost 11 years later, and what I can tell you is that I have absolutely come full circle. My heart and my investment and my commitment to the city of Springfield is something that I can't even quantify, right? I have lived in this city for 31 years, and I have spent 29 years in urban education, and the ability to work in this city with the adults at the central office and at the school level that I have come to know and have built really authentic relationships with, the ability to do the work that I genuinely believe in around Portrait of a Grad, the ability to work on things that we have to get better at, like elevating parent and student voice. These are all things that are near and dear to my heart, and they're things that form the basis of who I am and what my core values are. And so I feel like I am poised. I don't even feel, I know that I'm poised. I know that I'm poised to come in and do this job, because what I'm going to do every day is every day I'm going to get up and I'm going to keep my North Star, which is doing what's right by kids and making decisions based on what's right by kids every single day. And I'm going to meet people, and we're going to learn things together, and we're going to make decisions together, and we're gonna make sure that every kid has access to a high rigorous, high quality education so that they can become self-advocates and determine what they want to do. And so, you know, the person I was 10 years ago is not the person that I am today, right? I have learned wisdom, I have learned humility, and I have learned the fine art of recognizing what it takes to make a system great. And that's why I think, that's not even why I think, it's why I know I can do the job.
Kate? No follow-ups, I'm sorry. Kate McManus and Jake Donald are coming.
Hello.
Hi.
Our district provides our educators with high-quality professional development. How would you determine the needs for professional learning for educators in our district?
So there are already so many great professional learning opportunities that exist within the district. And I think the way in which we determine the kind of professional development that we're currently engaged in and or the kind of professional learning that we need to potentially bring in is by looking at student data. Right, student data and student outcomes, and not just student data in terms of MCAS or in terms of state mandated exams, but data around intervention supports at the tier 2 and 3 level, data around social, emotional, and behavioral outcomes for students, data around attendance and truancy rates, right? There are so many different pieces of data that need to be looked at when we think about the kinds of professional development that is required for students. And so my first step would be to look at the data and to make some decisions and to work with teams at the school and at the district level to make some decisions about what that data is telling us. Has the professional development that we've provided had an impact on that data? And if it has, what do we continue? And if it hasn't, how do we adjust that to make decisions about what's next? We've got this new district strategic plan that goes through 2028 that outlines our priorities as they relate to and align with our portrait of a graduate. There's a lot of professional development in that, right? So it cannot be done in isolation. It has to be done in a way that keeps the priorities of the district aligned to the priorities of the school improvement plan, aligned to the portrait of the grad at the forefront of that work. And it also has to have the professional development can't just be developed and created without the voices of the educators in the building who are participating in that professional development. And so continuing to work with school leadership teams, with CEDM teams, to talk about professional development and what those needs are, and to have conversations about what the data tells us. That would be how I would make decisions about that. And then the other piece of that is, it's not a one-size-fits-all model. Professional development is not one thing for everybody. There are educators and leaders who need support in instruction and content. There are educators and leaders who need support in pedagogy. There are educators and leaders who need support in trauma-informed practices. So it's really about sitting down and creating a tailored professional development plan so that everybody is getting what they need, right? Because if we're not giving them what they need, then guess what? Our kids are getting the same old, and that's not good.
Okay, Jake? Is Jake Donald here? Here we go.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi.
SPS receives funds from the federal and state government. How familiar are you with managing budgets for a school district comprised of over 50 schools serving 24,000 students, and how would you prioritize the funds received in our district?
So in my capacity as a chief schools officer, I've actually had the ability to be an integral part of the budgeting process, both at the district and at the school-based levels. So at the district level, I have been involved in the process where we've looked at student enrollment numbers and then identified funding and staffing allocations for each school. And then once that's occurred, I've actually met with all of my principals to develop staffing allocation and spending plans that not only serve the needs of the students, but really are grounded in the priorities of the school and the data that is coming out as a result of those priorities. And we sit down and we really develop a comprehensive spending plan. And then I will say that the other thing that happens at the district level that I've been deeply involved in are the budget hearing meetings with the department chiefs from each level, whereby department chiefs will meet with us to talk about their priorities, things that they want to continue, things that they want to expand on, and things that they want to change or adjust because of new priorities. So I have a lot of experience at the district level in terms of developing budgeting and spending plans. The other thing I will say at the school-based levels is that when I arrived here in 2013 and became a chief schools officer, one of the things that I did early on as I was going through a meeting with principals was begin the conversations with them around what their budgets were and how they were utilizing their budgets to improve outcomes for kids. And it was interesting because there were a number of places where that work hadn't happened, and it goes back to kind of this systems thinking that I talked about earlier. I'm a big strategic systems thinker, and budgets need to reflect the steps that we're going to take to improve outcomes for kids. And so I set about the process of working with the principals at each of my schools to meet with them on a monthly basis to review their budgets alongside their data to make decisions about whether or not the way that they were spending their money improved outcomes for kids. And that is something that I did over and over and over. And at first the principals were like, well, what do you mean I can't spend my money on this? And my response would be, well, show me where in the data spending your money on this supports outcomes for students. And so those were hard conversations, but we had them. And then, you know, after the first year, the second year, the third year, they would just say, Kim's here for our budget meeting. I guess I'm not going to do this. And we would laugh because it became well known that for me, budgeting was one of those systems that worked in service of students. And so when I came downtown and when the other chief schools officers retired and new chief schools officers came on board, I actually made it a point to train the other chief schools officers in that process, because at the end of the day, your spending plan is a system that works in service of students if you use it for the right way. So it's not just about academic outcomes, it's about what it is that students need to be successful. So I'll give you an example. You know, we have started 2 new vocational programs, both at SciTech and a new vocational program at Central. Those programs are going through the process of becoming Chapter 74 funded. Before that funding occurs, we have got to invest the money to be able to make sure that we're doing everything that we need in order to get those programs certified. And so part of that work in sitting down and looking at the funding and the spending plans of those schools is where are we investing in those opportunities for kids, right? The same thing around social emotional support and health for our students. After COVID, we noticed, and understandably so, that a number of our students needed more mental health supports. And so when I worked with the principals at the secondary level with their budgets, we dedicated additional money to school adjustment counselors. And we also dedicated additional money to Cartwheel, which is a mental health support program that is a telehealth-based program that we implement at a variety of our schools that provides immediate intake for students who might need counseling supports, works with the student and their family to develop a intake and care plan for them, and then provides them immediate mental health support and counseling for as long as necessary to be able to really impact outcomes. And that's something that's really needed in this city, because right now it's really difficult to get our kids in to be seen by service providers because there's such a wait list. And so it's an example of using the data and then aligning the budget to be able to address the needs of our kids.
Quiana?
Hello.
Hi.
Kiana. Thank you. So my question is, I'm a Springfield Public School teacher. I've been teaching 16 years in Springfield. And how are you going to support teachers, especially since many educators are leaving the profession due to burnout, also due to their own mental health and well-being? So what are some of those strategies to retain our teachers and also to reduce the teacher workload? Thank you.
So you're right, recruiting teachers is one thing, retaining them is something completely different, right? And so I think one of the first things we need to do is look at the supportive measures that we're putting in place for teachers when they come in. We have effective educator coaches and we have diversity effective educator coaches. One of the first things I want to do is take a look at those coaches and take a look at how they're working with some of our new teachers to really dig into some of the issues that educators are facing. I also want to look at the alignment of those programs to who the educators are, right? So we talk about this issue around diversity, equity, inclusion, and looking at recruiting and retaining educators of color. But we may not necessarily put them with effective educator coaches who either are engaged in the same kind of work, in the same content area, or who've gone through some of the same struggles, or quite honestly, who look like them, and maybe they might feel more comfortable with talking to. So one of the things that I would do first is work with central office and school-based teams to look at the components of the effective educator and diversity educator coaches, and really think about what we can do to change that, to make that more meaningful. I think the other thing that I would do around retainment is like, here's the bottom line. People need to feel like they're valued, right? And the way that you make people feel like they're valued is by looking at the organizational health of a school. And so I would work with schools to really dig into that organizational health, to look at the culture and the climate of the building, and to have conversations with educators. I'm not afraid of difficult conversations. I actually feel like the best learning that I've ever had comes from really difficult conversations, because I always go into them with the ability to stop, think, reflect, and understand. And so I would want to have conversations with educators to say, tell me what's going on, tell me what's happening in your building that's great, tell me what's making it difficult for you, tell me what you need in order to be successful. And then start to work with teams of people, whether it's the CEDM team, the Dyer teams, the advisory council meetings, the leadership teams, to sit down and really develop a plan around recruitment. We're doing a lot around retention. We're starting to do a lot around mentoring, but I think we need to expand the mentoring piece and the coaching piece, and those would be two specific areas that I would really dig into.
Montenza? I'm sorry. I'll get it right eventually. Question, please.
I'm Montenia. So my question is, you do budgets for the school.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you consider, as the new school superintendent, to be forthright, strong, and put the arts into your budget, starting with maybe 5th or 6th graders on up? I don't mean just in the band and buying instruments, but let them sing. Bring in some music teachers, some voice teachers, some art teachers, because I think this is so stimulating for the brain. Mm-hmm. And I think it would really help these children feel the sense of belonging and wanting to achieve. I think just keeping it academic can sometimes put them in a box and make them feel uncomfortable. But if you can give them this music, and again, forget the instruments and all of that, because they can get that. They can go out and fundraise. But if you can give them music teachers starting at the 6th grade, 5th grade level, and on up, I think it would do so much for this district. I honestly and truly do, because I'm kind of feeling like you're into it.
Well, interestingly enough, I do love art and music, though I'm not very good at either, but that's a different conversation. Currently, I would continue the investments that we're making. Currently, we invest in art and music teachers at the elementary level for every school, and we invest in art and music teachers at the secondary level.
Here in Springfield?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am, we do.
So they don't have to go to the conservatory or the community
No,
music
ma'am.
school. They're right here in the school.
That
I want to
is-
walk around with you and see this from
All right, I am available to you at any point to take you around and show you all the great things that we're doing.
Okay.
Art and music is absolutely an investment that our current superintendent has made because he absolutely recognizes the importance of providing a well-rounded education for our students. I also happen to believe in that theory, and I also happen to believe that when we find things for our students to engage and invest in, it provides so many other avenues and opportunities to address the academic components or some of the other struggles. So if I were given the opportunity to be the next superintendent, I would continue to invest in art and music at all levels. I would also continue to make sure that chief schools officers are working with their schools to make sure that their school budgets have opportunities to expand on art and music. So let me give you a couple of examples of partnerships that already exist within some of the schools. Beyond the instruments, which you talked about, which people invest in, we have got music partnerships and art partnerships with the Drama Studio, with Sonata Music, with the African American drummers. Those are partnerships and investments that our principals have made because of the recognition and the importance of art and music in the schools. We have a world-class band at Sci Tech, and we have a fantastic feeder program at STEM. And so how do we grow and invest in that opportunity? We're building a massive amphitheater outside of Sci Tech to bring in and elevate music programming within our district. That in and of itself, that multi-million-dollar project, talks to the investment that we're going to continue to make in art and music for our schools. So I'm with you. Well, you want me to sing? No. Oh, I was going to say, that might not be a good idea. We can definitely do that. You're welcome.
Is Orlando Worthy here? How about Adelaide? Adelaide? No? Adelaide, I was trying to make out your
Sure, it's Adelaide Richet. Adelaide Richet.
Yes, okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. My question to you is, being part of the staff that was already in place in Springfield under the superintendent, and now in your current role as serving as acting superintendent, what would be different if you were to get this position as superintendent? What would be different for the system in the district?
So I think I mentioned earlier about a couple of things that I would do differently. One of them is really digging into this portrait of a system and creating opportunities and alignment to the systems that we have in place and aligning that to the portrait of a graduate work. That is not work that we have discussed nor have we undertaken, but it's something that I see happening because as you build the portrait of a graduate and then you build the system, then all of the other aspects, portrait of an educator, portrait of a leader, all of those then start to play into each other and align to improve outcomes for kids. It also engages families and the community, and it engages students in that work. And I am a true believer in elevating parent and family and community and student voice. So that is one of the reasons why I would undertake that. The other thing that I would absolutely take a look at, and we talked a little bit earlier about, are looking at the post-secondary outcomes for students, right? So we're doing a good job getting our kids across the finish line, but we're not necessarily doing everything that I think we have the ability to do to ensure that after our students graduate, they can go on to college, career, or the military and find success in that, and thereby find success in their families and in our city as a whole. And then the other thing that I would do is look at our current organizational structure and make some adjustments to that. Because I think that there are some opportunities to do some new and innovative things that require us to maybe realign our organizational chart a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Is Katie Wells here? How about Ryan Kelly? Yeah. Is that you? Oh, that's Katie. What about Ryan? He'll be next if he's here. Okay, Ryan will be next.
Hi, Ms. Wells.
Hi.
Hi, I'm Katie Wells. No relation. I teach at Central High School. We have a large, over the last several years, since I've become a teacher, there's been this massive focus on quantitative data. You know, we look at graduation rates, we look at MCAS scores, we look at dropout rates, but there's this sentiment kind of that there's a superficial kind of image of where we are as a district, and a superficial kind of, I wrote it down and then I didn't look at it. Assessment of the current state of our schools. What are your thoughts on delving deeper into qualitative data analysis so that we're getting a bigger picture and providing our students with the school environments in which they feel safe and in which they can develop as curious learners and into successful members of our community?
So I think I mentioned earlier that for me, quantitative data isn't the only data that I would look at, right? Our students are not walking, talking robots whose only job it is to pass an MCAS test. Our students need to be developed as whole students, and that includes their ability to navigate social and emotional difficulties and social emotional traumas and social emotional successes. It's our ability to provide them with self-advocacy skills to be able to go on and not only find their voice, but really help others find their voice. And so beyond sort of the quantitative data, I would look at qualitative data, right? So looking at surveys, right? We've just completed our Portrait of a Graduate survey where we surveyed staff, where we surveyed students, and where we surveyed families. And that data has just come out, and we just started digging into that data. And my plan would be to work with schools and to work with CSOs, to work with schools, to dig into that data. Because the data is really interesting in terms of what students have told us, right? So they've been really clear about this is working really well in our school, and this is something that we need to think about differently, because even though my teacher might think this is great, right, it's not really happening. So I'll give you, for example, right? There was a question around my classes are too hard, right? And there were comments made about my teachers think my class is too hard, but quite honestly, my class is too easy, right? And so we need to dig into the why behind that. We need to dig into what's happening. Our students have brilliant minds, and we do our best to unlock that brilliance every single day. But we're not there yet, and we need to continue to look at data as a whole and really make some decisions about what we can do. So for me, it's quantitative and it's qualitative, because we need to be able to really figure out how to unlock that child. And that doesn't mean lowering expectations. It means hiring the bar, and it means expanding opportunities for kids so that regardless of the successes that they bring to the table or the challenges that they might bring to the table, that they're all walking out feeling that they're valued, that they're heard, that they're respected, and that they're loved, but walking out believing that the person behind them, who's being their biggest cheerleader, is also going to be the one who's going to hold them the most accountable.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kuchar.
Is Ryan here?
If there's an opportunity, I have a follow-up question.
I'm sorry?
If there's an opportunity, I have a follow-up question.
The follow-ups will come at the end if there's time.
Hi, I'm
Hi.
the principal of the Conservatory of the Arts. I love your questions. Thank you. You got to come to our shows. In your role as lead CSO, can you explain how your experience will help you as superintendent dealing with and working successfully with the mayor, the school committee, and the various city departments, because that's such a big part of the job?
Sure. I think one of the things that I absolutely pride myself on is the ability to develop authentic and really deep and meaningful relationships with with individuals. And that's really important because the ability to do this job every single day is really difficult, and the ability to do it without bumps in the road is almost non-existent. So it's what you do with those relationships that affords you the opportunity to continue to move forward with the work. And so in terms of working with the mayor and the school committee and the principals and the families and the students, I would continue to work in a collaborative, collegial, and productive manner. I do that every day in my life. And guess what? Sometimes we have conversations and everything goes smoothly, and sometimes we have conversations where we have disagreements. But as I mentioned earlier, I'm not afraid of disagreement, and I'm not afraid of difficult conversations. At the end of the day, my assumption with every person that I have the privilege of coming into contact with, whether it's a principal, the mayor, the school committee members, or anybody else, I walk into those conversations truly believing that everybody that I am engaging with is coming at this from the best interest of students. And as long as I continue to keep that at the forefront of my mind, then there's no conversation or no ability to work with somebody that I am ever going to see there being a problem with.
Tammy, followed by Heather. Tammy Sharice here? How about Heather Wernemont? Oh. It's
Hi there.
you again.
It's me
Hi.
again.
Hi.
Hi, thank you for taking my question. In the light of the growing teacher shortage and the number of vacant teaching positions that currently exist in our district, if chosen, how would you work to ensure Springfield educators receive a fair and competitive contract that attracts and retains qualified professionals?
So you're absolutely right. Oh, where'd she go? I thought she was here. There she is. You're absolutely right. There is a national teacher shortage, right? And our teachers are our biggest commodity. And so in terms of a contract, I think we have to come to the negotiation table, acting in good faith, and thinking about the priorities and the systems that need to be created to continue to retain and recruit. I think we have to look at when we attract and recruit teachers, we need to look at how are we outfitting our most difficult to fill positions, right? So one of the things that I would continue to invest in is providing stipends for our critical needs positions in our critical needs schools, because I think that that is an opportunity to really get some of our most difficult situations really outfitted in a really meaningful way. I would continue to be a part of, currently I sit on the negotiation team, and I would continue to come to the table and act in good faith to work collaboratively either at the whole table or in subcommittee to work on developing a comprehensive package that would come out with both sides feeling like it's valued, it's doable, and it's something that everybody can collectively move forward on. You're welcome.
Is Allie Lundberg? Allie will be followed by Jean Foster. Is Jean here?
Hello, good
Hi.
evening. So I've spent most of my career in Springfield, first at the classroom level as a teacher, and then the building level as a math coach, and now at the district level. And at all levels, there's a need for transparency, alignment, and accountability. And you've touched on the alignment piece quite a bit today. So I guess I would love to know, how are you going to foster a culture of the transparency component and the accountability component through those levels within a district this large?
So I think that accountability exists at every level, right? And if we align our district strategic plan to our school improvement plans to the portrait of the grad, then all of those data points should continue to line up. And so it's about sitting down and looking at those accountability pieces and having conversations with the district leaders, and then having conversations with the school leaders, and then developing strategic action plans to address the data points, celebrate the successes, and then make some decisions about what we're going to do to improve those outcomes. Transparency is something that I think when you enter into conversations and you're open and you're honest, and you come at it from a perspective of keeping kids at the front and center, I think you maintain a transparent personality. If you were to talk to the individuals that I get to work with every day, they will always tell you that they will not ever tell you that I'm not a transparent person. I am about doing what's right for kids. And I am going to continue to look at that through that lens and be transparent about that mission in everything that I do. And so the transparency that happens is about effectively communicating with people. It's about letting people at the central office and the school level know. It's about having conversations with educators. It's about going to CEDM meetings and going to instructional leadership teams and PLCs, which I already do, and talking about what the data says and what our next steps are, and are they the right next steps, and if they're not, what do we need to do differently? And so for me, transparency is about effectively communicating, and I absolutely think that one of my strengths is being able to communicate effectively with people. So that's how I would continue to build that transparency at the school and district level.
Jean Foster? Jean here? Jean Foster, no. How about Maria Sarrazina?
Good evening. For all of our students, career and college readiness and being a confident, productive citizen begins in elementary and continues straight through to graduation and beyond. Please share with us what your conditions for success are from elementary through secondary to help shape productive citizens, increase graduation rates, academic and social emotional achievement.
My conditions. So I think one of my conditions is, and I've said it multiple times, it's doing what's right by kids every day. And so it's looking at our portrait of a graduate, and it's aligning the high quality and the delivery of high quality instructional materials and the delivery of culturally relevant and responsible instruction in classrooms on a daily basis. If we're doing that and we're doing that well, then not only are we building a child's academic ability, but we're also, through inquiry and analysis, building a child's ability to be curious about the world around them and to have conversations and to be a part of much bigger messaging around that. So for me, one of my non-negotiables is that we're making sure on a daily basis that we are putting the provisions in place to be able to deliver high quality instructional materials in a really culturally relevant way. I think one of the other systems and structures that is absolutely necessary for me is the ability to continue to and expand on some of the things that we're currently doing. So, we're as a result of our portrait of a graduate work, we're doing some really cool and innovative things around computer science and financial literacy. And we're starting that at a very young age because it's necessary. And so, at the elementary level, we've got our partnership through UMass Amherst with CS for All, where our kiddos are participating in modules where they're learning about tech tools that they then use in their content area classrooms to continue to really think about how they're expanding and engaging technology that culminates in a showcase. The secondary level, we've got computer science classes, but quite honestly, we can do much more than that. We've put in place a technology shop at potential technology shop at Central that will become a new CVTE Chapter 74 approved program. Next year, we're going to be initiating another CVTE program at SciTech around web and programming. So it's about expanding those opportunities and finding different ways to get kids immersed in that. Financial literacy, for me, is another structure that's not negotiable. I've had the opportunity to go in and have conversations with students who are participating in financial literacy classes. And it's amazing what they're learning compared to some of my adult counterparts who, you know, haven't figured out what 30% interest on a $3,000 credit card looks like. And so those are opportunities that I would continue to put in place. And so not necessarily them individually, but the structures, right? I would continue to expand the CVTE offerings that we provide for students. At the middle school level, continue to really invest in MyCap and looking at what college and career opportunities look like for those students. And then at the high school level, looking at, you know, providing opportunities where our counselors can continue to do their great work around FAFSA completion and college advising, and making sure that they're working with kids on the right fit and match, whether it's college or career. And then I would continue to expand work-based learning opportunities and internship programs for students so that they can see the vast array of opportunities that are allowed and provided for them. So I think it's multiple. It's academic, right? And it's staying true to that work, and it's developing the systems around that, and then it's providing all of those other pieces so that kids can see the world of opportunity available for them.
Okay. We have about 5 minutes left. Is Marcella here? Marcella? And is Kwame here?
Good evening.
Hi.
Thank you for being here, and thank you for listening to my question.
Could you speak into the mic, please?
I have two questions. If you're elected as superintendent, would you be able to revisit the alternative schools, the reason why children are in the alternative schools? I do advocate for several different children, and one child was placed in alternative school because he had a speech impediment. So his behavior got out of control because he was frustrated because people were laughing at him because of the way he spoke. But once he got speech therapy, he was able to get mainstream. And then the second question I have is, could you revisit No Child Left Behind? They're just breathing children along in 7th grade, saying they're a 7th grader, but they can only read at 2nd grade level. And to me, they are being left behind. How can they be productive members of society when they cannot read and write?
Thank you.
So I'll start with the first question in terms of revisiting alternative school placements. I can tell you as the CSO of the alternative schools, we are constantly revisiting student placement and making sure that the services and the therapeutic and academic services that are being provided to students in the alternative setting are serving the needs that they present with. But we also, when we meet, oftentimes look at the outcomes and have on numerous occasions actually return students back to the non-alternative setting. And that's something that we do regularly. So in terms of revisiting placements, for me, a student placement in an alternative school is not a permanent thing. It never will be. The goal is to continue to provide students with a free and appropriate public education, and sometimes those therapeutic settings are necessary, but when they're not and they're no longer needed, then we'll absolutely change that accordingly. In terms of students and their reading and writing levels, I do think that we have done a lot of work in looking at some of the needs of some of our neediest students, and we've actually taken a number of steps to address those needs. So 2 years ago, we adjusted the way in which we fund alternative schools, and we've provided additional supports in terms of therapeutic supports, in terms of paraprofessional support, in terms of teaching supports, so that we're providing students with the ability to be able to fully access and engage in the curriculum. It also provides opportunity to provide those therapeutic supports to students as necessary. And so, you know, it would be a matter of continuing to look at the needs of the kids and developing individualized, comprehensive plans, if they're not on IEPs, to be able to address their needs. And so, that's about looking at their iReady diagnostic assessments, their ANET assessments. It's about engaging the educators in alternative schools and the professional development that all educators are getting. Recently, the principal and her academic team at the alternative schools participated with our high schools with attuned and GLEAM training. So GLEAM stands for grade level engaging, affirming, and meaningful instruction, and it looks at how do we equitably provide instruction to all our students. And by equitable, I don't mean the same instruction, I mean what every child needs individually to be successful. And that's been a year-long training for our leaders, of which the alternative school has been a part of. And so we're really digging into this notion of embracing what change looks like for the students in the alternative setting. And having, or currently being the current CSO, that's absolutely a commitment on my part.
Okay, there was someone who wanted to ask a follow-up question if time permitted. You can do that now with the understanding that you are the only thing standing between all of these people and whatever's on TV at 9:30.
I'm just really, you said something about making changes to the organizational structure, and I was wondering if you would expand on that a little bit. Please.
I would love to explain that to you. And I mean, I guess I can explain it to you. So I will share one organizational change. Does that work for you, Katie? Okay. So one of the first things that I will absolutely do in terms of reorganizing, I don't know why I couldn't say that, reorganizing the sort of central office structure is my plan would be to reinstitute the assistant superintendent position and to dig into what that looks like and how we can make that assistant superintendent position be yet another resource to be able to work with students, family, educators in the community to really work in service of kids. So that's one of the changes. More to come.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Whoops, I'm sorry. Did we?
Hi, my name is Kwame.
I'm sorry, your name is?
Kwame.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem. It's perfectly
I did
fine.
ask if you were here. I'm sorry, I didn't, my fault.
Sorry, I had my hand up on the right. It was just that my question
Motion
was...
to adjourn has been postponed. So
Thank you very much, sir. So as I said, my question was a little answered, but I just wanted you to go a little more in depth if you wouldn't mind.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I said my question was sort of answered prior, but I just wanted to know if you can go a little more depth after me addressing it, if that's okay with you. So in a world supported and constantly being changed by AI automation and implementation, what are your plans to maintain an educational progression in technology? And do you have any plans to standardize technological understanding for students in the future, as well as developing an understanding in financial literacy from a young foundation, as you've said, to inspire students to take full advantage of their opportunities in pursuit to maintaining a contemporary and innovative culture within their schools and the world around them?
That is a lot of questions, but so I'm going to do my best to understand that. So let's start with financial literacy. So currently at the K-5 level, we have 8 financial literacy modules that we implement with students every year, grades K-5. And oftentimes those culminate in Financial Fridays, right? And at the middle school level, at grade 8, we use EverFi and FutureSmart as our computer-based programs that provide opportunities for our students to dig into college, career, look at investment opportunities, savings opportunities, and what happens when their sort of earnings and their savings doesn't necessarily match, right? And those sort of computer-based programs are really, really engaging for our students and give students real-world application to think about that. And then at the high school level, our students participate currently in an elective for financial literacy. So currently, we've had 700 students go through this financial literacy course that they participate in. So in terms of expanding or thinking differently, and is that sort of where your question is leading? What would I do a little bit differently or to add on to that?
Yeah, so
Okay.
it's just the curricular of the system itself. Is it just teaching them basic finance, or are you going all the way to the level of other financial systems per se? Like, are you teaching them about equity funds, or is that far off and really more for college?
Yeah. So, I mean, what I can tell you, what I would change or expand on based on what we currently have is I think we need to develop modules at the 6th and 7th grade level. So our students leave grade 5, and then they participate in a financial literacy component at grade 8. So the first thing that I would do was bring those work with the district-based team to develop financial literacy models at the 6th and 7th grade. At the 8th grade, though we have programming, our students also take a civics test, and they participate in a history curriculum called Discovering Justice, right? Which gets into issues around equity and issues around access and opportunity, particularly for students of color. And so I would work with the academic team to think about how we can mesh the civics project that our 8th grade students are currently involved in with the financial literacy work that they're doing. Because I think that that's one way that you can take that a little bit deeper into thinking about financial literacy and equity. And then I think at the high school level, my change would be to eliminate the financial literacy course as an elective and make it a requirement for every student to participate in and make it part of the pupil progression plan.
Absolutely.
So that every single one of our students has the ability to go through a financial literacy course that talks about all different kinds of things, right? Unfortunately, a lot of our students, and quite honestly, a lot of our adults who live in this community, have not always had the ability to successfully navigate the financial world, right? It's just accessing the language and interest rates. I mean, there are members of my family who don't even know what compound interest is, and that has gotten them into trouble and has had negative impacts and outcomes. So by developing a program that's not an elective, it requires us to dig into the real world applications that also address equity when it comes to our families. So that would be my step around financial literacy, is changing it from an elective and making it a requirement for all of our students to go through. And then working with the community, right? So our students prior to COVID were attending Credit for Life programs. When COVID happened, that stopped. We recently just started that up, but those college Credit for Life fairs need to continue to happen. Students need to see and meet and engage with professionals in the financial world and in the technical world to think about the opportunities that are available to them and how to successfully navigate those financial and technical opportunities. So those would be some of the things that I would do to address that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Good night, everybody.